All right, good morning. Record reflect that everyone is present. We good to bring the jury in?
Good morning, Your Honor. Yes,
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. Be seated. Mr. Kuffner, your next witness, please. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, Judge. The people would call Kendra Mala.
Morning, Mr. Malo. If you'll just come around to your left, sir. And then you'll come all the way around over here. Thank you. I will swear you in, Mr. Mullen, before you have a seat. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth.
Yes, it is the truth.
Thank you. Please be seated. Record reflect he's being assisted by, is it Nepalese? Nepalese interpreter.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Nepali interpret गर्नुहोस्।
Sir, tell the jury your name and spell your last name.
तपाईँको नाम पुरा भन्नुहोस् र आखिरी नाम भन्नुहोस्।
Kendra,
खगेन्द्र,
last name Malla.
last name is Malla,
Malla.
M-A-L-L-A.
Oh,
Yes,
Do you go by K with people that you know?
तपाईँ के भनेर बोलाउँछ तपाईँले?
यिनीहरूलाई फेरि मेरो नाम भन्नलाई अप्ठ्यारो हुन्छ। त्यो एकजना पहिले काम गर्दाखेरि म्यानेजरले अप्ठ्यारो लाग्यो उसलाई। उसले भने कि त्यत्रो नाम भन्दाखेरि म तँलाई तिम्रो नाम के भन्छु नि, तिमीलाई ठिक छ भने तिमीलाई जे सोचेछ त्यही गर भने।
So my name is too long and difficult to pronounce. So one of my managers said at one point that K would be easy for everybody. And so they asked me if that was okay to call me K, and I agreed to it.
When you say one of your managers, where did that manager work?
तपाईँको manager कहाँ काम?
त्यो चाहिँ यो किङ्सुपरमा होइन कि अर्कै सेभर्स भन्ने कम्पनी।
Not in King Supers, but in Savers, the other company.
At some point, did you work for King Supers?
King Supers on काम गर्नुभएको थियो?
अहिलेसम्म काम गरिरहेको छु म किङ्सुपरमा।
Yes, I am still working there.
When did you first start working there?
कहिलेदेखि सुरु गर्नु?
मैले 2014 डिसेम्बरमा।
2014 December.
And you said you still work there. What store do you work in now?
कुन स्टोरमा काम गर्नुहुन्छ अहिले पनि?
यो रापा हो 60 नम्बर स्टोर नम्बर 61।
Arapahoe, store number 61.
And that's the store on Arapahoe here in Boulder.
यहाँ बोल्डरको Arapahoe.
हो
Yes,
Did you move to that store after the day of the shooting?
यो सुटिङ भइसक्नु बाँकी?
हो त्यो सुटिङ पछि।
Yes.
Before you moved to that store, how long did you work at the King Supers where the shooting happened?
त्यो जहाँ गोली लागेको थियो त्यहाँ कति काम गर्नुभएको थियो त्योभन्दा?
2014 सालदेखि 21मा सुटिङ भएको थियो।
So from 2014 to 2021 till the shooting happened.
What jobs did you do at that store
के काम गर्नु?
म क्यासियर
I was the cashier.
for the entire time?
सबै समय.
अहिलेसम्म।
Yes, till date.
Were you working on March 22nd of 2021?
मार्च 22 तारिक 2021 सालमा त्यही काम गर्नुभएको थियो?
म त्यही काम गर्छु।
Yes, I was there.
Do you remember what shift or hours you were working?
कुन शिफ्ट र कति घन्टा कुन घन्टा काम गर्नु?
मेरो जाने बिहान 8:15 देखि 4:15 सम्मको हो।
So my timing is from 8:15 in the morning till 4:15 in the afternoon.
Can you tell the jury what you were doing right before the shooting started?
यो सुटिङ अगाडि तपाईँ के गर्नु?
म रजिस्टरमा काम गरिरहेको थिएँ, पुष्प लिइरहेको थिएँ।
I was working in the register, like with a customer,
Checking that customer out?
checking customer
Yes.
check.
Oh.
Yes.
What was the first thing that caused you to know there was a problem?
तपाईँलाई के चाहिँ शङ्का लाग्यो पहिले त्यहाँ के गोलमाल भइरहेछ?
म त काम गरिरहेको थिएँ रजिस्टरमा होइन। त्यहाँ चाहिँ नि अब अर्को हेड क्लर्क भनौँ सुपरभाइजर त्यो मलाई चाहिँ नि त्यो सामानहरू चाहिँ जो मैले त्यो उसमा गरिरहेको थिएँ, मैले स्क्यान गरिरहेको थिएँ, उसले चाहिँ झोलामा हाल्ने होइन, उसमा हेल्प गरिरहेको थिएँ उसले। अनि त्यहाँ चाहिँ एकछिनमा मैले के भने म जान्छु, म ब्रेक जान्छु, म मेरो ब्रेक टाइम भयो 2:15 करिब आएको थियो। उसले भने यो कस्टमर सिद्ध्याएर अनि ब्रेक जान्छ होइन। अनि त्यहाँपछि त्यो उत्तिखेर जाने त्यहाँ आवाज आयो दुईवटा ठुलो। अनि मैले भने यो कुनामा चाहिँ नि त्यहाँ बेलुन हुँदैन त्यो गुब्बारा, त्यो चाहिँ हावा भर्ने हुन्छ त्यहाँ, तर त्यो बढी चाहिँ हावा भएर त्यो फुट्यो होला त्यो त्यसले आवाज होला भन्न ठाने मैले
So I was working in the counter, and the head clerk asked me with the sorry, just so you supervisor.
सुरु भएको
So I was bagging the goods that the customer was.
सुरु हजुर
So supervisor was there, and then I was scanning the goods, and right then I had asked if I could finish this customer and go for a break around 2:15, and the supervisor told me that yes, after you've done with this customer you can. But right around that time I heard two big noises, and I thought because there's a area where they fill the balloons, so I thought it was the balloons that had bursted. And that was when I realized there was something.
After you heard what you thought were balloons bursting, what was the next thing that happened?
The balloon footage of the lies, के गर्नु त त्यसपछि?
त्यसपछि सुरु भाइले भने कि त चाहिँ छिटो चाहिँ सुत्यो भुइँमा सुत्यो
So right after that noise, my supervisor told me that I should lay on the ground.
Who was your supervisor?
तपाईँको supervisor को थियो?
जुलिया
Julie.
Julie Keaton?
Julie.
त्यो लास्ट टाइम थाहा छैन मलाई जुली भन्दै त्यति मात्र थाहा हुनु भयो
I do not know her last name. They call her Julie, and that's all I know.
When she told you to lay on the ground, what did you do?
तपाईँले तल बस भन्ने के भन्नुभयो?
म त्यहाँ सुतिराखेँ अनि म त एकदम डरले चाहिँ एकदम कागिरहेको थिएँ म अब मलाई केही पनि थाहा छैन म कसरी आफ्नो ज्यान बचाउने त्यही मात्र मेरो मनमा लागेको थियो होइन कसरी चिउनु के भने यसले मार्छु मलाई मार्छु यसले देखेपछि त भएर चाहिँ 15-20 मिनटसम्म त्यतिकै तर म चाहिँ घोप्टेर बसिरहेको त्यतिकै मलाई अब केही पनि थाहा छैन म त आफ्नै चाहिँ भगवान्लाई सम्झिँदै अब त्यही कसरी बस्ने अब यसले मार्छु मलाई अनि भन्ने जस्तो लागेर अनि चाहिँ म त्यही सोचेर बसेको थिएँ लास्टमा मलाई के लाग्यो भने अब यसले चाहिँ मार्छु मलाई जरुर पनि मार्छु यदि मान्छेहरूले ड्याङ गरिरहेको छ कसरी मैले भन्दै जाउँ
So when I was laying on the ground, all I thought of was how to save myself. I was thinking of my God and then praying. For 15 to 20 minutes, I was there, and I was just worried for my life, and I didn't know how to escape from there because I was very sure that if there's a shooting, I would be killed.
Why were you worried for your life while you were laying on the ground?
तपाईँ त्यहाँ सुत्दाखेरि आफ्नो ज्यानको चाहिँ किन माया थियो?
किनभने सबैजना त्यत्रो अब त्यो बन्दुकले चाहिँ हिँडिरहेर आएको त्यहाँ उसले के अरे सुपरभाइजरले ले डाउन भनेको जस्तो केही न केही गडबड छ यहाँ एकदमै जाने कसम छु त्यो आवाज सुन्ने बित्तिकै अनि गडबड छ यो यसलाई चाहिँ मलाई पनि मार्छ भन्ने त्यो लाग्यो मलाई.
So when the supervisor told me to lay down and when the noise came, I thought it was like better to save myself. And that was the only thing I could do to save myself, lay on the ground because there was guns going on.
Where were the guns going off?
The banduk चाहिँ कहाँ चाहिँ चलिरहेको थियो?
त्यो मलाई त्यो थाहा भएन आवाज मात्रै सुने मैले त्यो मलाई ध्यान दिनु आफ्नो कसरी म चाहिँ बस्ने भयो त्योमा ध्यान दिनु मेरो फोकस थियो अरू केही थाहा छैन त्यही पनि हो.
I heard the noise, but I didn't know exactly where the noises were coming from. I was just focused on saving myself and laying there.
When did you realize it was a gun?
तपाईँलाई त्यो बन्दुक छानेको भनेर चाहिँ कसरी थाहा पाउनुभयो?
अब त्यो त आवाज आइरहेको थियो होइन त्यो आवाज आयो त्यहाँ होइन अब पहिले बेलुनको आवाज त्यहाँबाट चाहिँ सुपरभाइजरले सुत भनेर भन्यो अनि त्यो इत्यादि कारणले गर्दाखेरि डेन्जर थियो भयो अनि उसले सुतायो मलाई अनि मलाई चाहिँ एकदमै उ लाग्यो अप्ठ्यारो लाग्यो त्यहाँ मलाई डर लाग्यो मलाई एकदमै साह्रै होइन अब यो त चाहिँ जरुर जाने यसमा भन्ने लाग्यो मलाई.
So after hearing the noise and my supervisor telling me to lay on the floor, I was pretty sure there was something going on which was dangerous. So I just lay there, and the only thought was that how do I save my life? And then I knew it was guns because of the noises.
How many times did you hear the gun?
त्यो मैले त गर्न पनि गरेन मलाई त्यो थाहा छैन किनभने म आफै चाहिँ म एकदम जिरोमा थिएँ म किनभने मलाई एकदमै डर लागेर म त्यो गानु सुन्नु मलाई केही पनि थाहा छैन।
So I was not into counting or doing anything. I was in a different zone where I was like literally zero. And so I just couldn't think and I just lay there.
Was it more than one or two gunshots?
एक दुईवटा भन्दा बढी थियो कि?
मलाई त्यो केही पनि थाहा छैन, म त जिरोमा थिएँ, मलाई
I do not know. I was in a zero zone.
While you were hiding, could you hear other things going on around you?
तपाईँ त्यहाँ तल सुतिरहेको बेला अरू आवाजहरू केही सुनिरहनु भएको थियो?
अरू आवाज त मैले केही पनि सुनेन, किनभने म अब आफै म कहाँ छु भन्ने आफैलाई थाहा थिएन। म कति एकदमै चाहिँ म एकदमै उसमा थिएँ, म अचेत अवस्था विचेत अवस्था के भन्ने त्यस्तोमा थिएँ, म सेन्स चाहिँ थिएन मेरो।
I was literally senseless when I was laying there. So I don't remember hearing any noises or because I was not in that phase of mind at all.
Judge, can I approach?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us if you're in that picture?
तपाईँ यहाँ हुनुहुन्छ कहीँ?
यो पछाडिबाट त देखिन्छ होइन, यहाँबाट मेरो त्यसले देखिन्न यहीँबाट। अब त्यो टोपी र यो चाहिँ सर्ट लगाउँदाखेरि चाहिँ मैले यस्तै सर्ट लगाएको थिएँ,
So
मलाई त्यो आफ्नो छैन।
I don't remember too well, but the picture on the left upper hand corner with the hat and the shirt, it looks like me, but it's just the backside.
Is that one of the locations that you were hiding in the front of the store?
तपाईँ त्यहाँ लुक्नु भएको हो?
त्यो रजिस्टरको साइड दायाँ साइडमा त्यहाँ म चाहिँ त्यहाँ थिएँ।
I was on the right side of the register underneath.
Judge, I would move to admit People's Exhibit 65.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's admitted.
Permission to publish.
Yes, sir.
Can you turn behind you on the screen and show the jury where you are in this picture?
यहाँ फोटो देखाएको छ है, तपाईँ कहाँ हुनुहुन्छ देखाउनुहुन्छ? So that upper left-hand corner.
You're pointing to the person that is on the ground seated behind the register with the cap and plaid shirt?
त्यो धर्के टोपी र त्यो चेक गरेको सर्टको मान्छे तपाईँ त्यही हो?
मेरो अनुहार देखिन, पछाडिबाट देखिराखेको त्यस्तै टोपी लगाएको सर्ट लगाएको त्यो अब
So
मै हो भन्ने कुरा कसरी भन्नु, म अब म हो कि अब को हो थाहा छैन।
I believe that's me, but I'm not very sure. But because that was the kind of hat I was wearing and the shirt, but since my face is not showing, I'm not very sure.
But it looks like the hat and the shirt you were wearing that day.
त्यो टोपी र सर्ट चाहिँ त्यही हो?
त्यही
Yes.
At some point, did you decide it was no longer safe to stay on the floor by the registers?
अहिले त्यहाँ तल बस्दाखेरि चाहिँ अब यहाँ बस्नु उचित छैन भनेर सोच्नु भएको थियो?
मलाई त्यो लागेको किनभने त्यहाँ बसेपछि त्यो अब त्यो त्यहाँबाट चाहिँ अब त्यो कुनै एउटा पनि आउन सक्छ त्यो होइन, बाटो त्यसै यतापट्टि बाटो चाहिँ यतापट्टि यतापट्टि पनि आउन सक्छ यतापट्टि आउन सक्छ, त्यो भावना आउन सक्छ। र यहाँ चाहिँ बसेपछि त्यसले मलाई मार्छ होइन, किनभने यहाँ देख्छ त्यो बन्द भइरहन्छ, यसै पनि यसले मार्छ उसै मार्छ, मलाई यहाँ बसे पनि मार्छ, म उठेर चाहिँ पनि मार्छ। त्योभन्दा यहाँ बस्नुभन्दा राम्रो म उठ्छु, उठेर चाहिँ अब कहाँ जाने म सुरक्षित हुन सक्छु, यहाँबाट बाहिर निस्कन सक्छु कि या अर्को ठाउँमा गएर चाहिँ बस्न सक्छु कि, यो लागेर म उठेर चाहिँ म बिस्तारै चाहिँ प्यासेज यस्तो प्यासेज क्रस गरेर म चाहिँ आइल 9मा त्यो ट्रेकरहरूको चाहिँ उच्चर आएको थियो, त्यहाँभित्र गएर म क्रेकरमा भित्रको बिचबाट अनि सेल्फमा गएर सुतेँ म ट्राई गरेँ मैले माथिबाट चाहिँ नि अब सबै क्रेकरहरू चाहिँ नि हालेर मलाई नदेखोस् भन्ने किसिमले मैले क्रेकरहरू राखेँ म माथि कति क्रेकर राखेँ र एक दुईवटा राखेँ सबै त खसिहालेँ त्यहाँ आउँछ
So while I was laying down, I feared that it was open on both sides. So the shooter could be coming from any side. So yes, I did fear that whether I stayed here or not, I would still be killed. So I got up and tried to run. And there was a aisle 9 where there were crackers. And there was, I crossed that. And while I went there, I lay down on the shelf and covered myself with the crackers that were there. Some stayed on me, some didn't. I just thought that was the best way to get away from people seeing me.
How did you move from the floor to the cracker aisle? Were you standing up completely or something else?
तपाईँ सिधा एकदम उठेर कुद्नु भएको थियो कि कसरी कुद्नु
यस्तो निहुरेर तर जति हुन सक्दो म त्यही अनुसार चाहिँ जति चाहिँ तर हुन सक्थेँ त्यति अनुसार चाहिँ झुकेर अनि चाहिँ
I was bent over as much as possible, which made like as much as possible to run to that shelf.
How long do you think you were on the floor before you moved to the shelf?
तपाईँ भुइँमा कति बेर बस्नुभयो होला सेल्फमा जानु अगाडि
अब मलाई घडी मैले देखेन मसित घडी थिएन अब त्यही 15-20 मिनट कति हुँदो होला मलाई लाग्छ है अन्दाजी मलाई त्यो एक्ज्याक्टली मलाई
I do not know exactly, but between 15 to 20 minutes, I did not have a watch to look at the time.
What happened after you got on the shelf and covered yourself with the crackers?
तपाईँ सेल्फमा गएर बसेपछि क्र्याकरले छोपेपछि के भयो
त्यहाँपछि म सेल्फमा बसेपछि अनि त्यहाँ पनि कमसेकम टाइम त मलाई थाहा छैन त्यही अलिक 15 मिनट जति 15 मिनट यस्तै करिब के 15 मिनट कति हो मलाई थाहा छैन टाइम मलाई निकै टाइम जस्तो लाग्यो त्यहाँपछि पुलिसहरू आयो 2-3 जना उताबाट आएर तिनीहरू यस्तो हेर्दै त दायाँ हेर्दै गए अनि तिनीहरूले जाने मलाई देखे त्यहाँ उनीहरूले भने अब त सेफ छस् तँलाई अब डेन्जर छैन तल झर भुइँमा झर भन्यो अनि उनीहरूले मलाई भुइँमा झराए अनि एकजना अगाडि एक दुईजना पछाडि भएर मलाई चाहिँ अगाडिको ढोका नजिक चाहिँ लगेर त्यहाँ चाहिँ राखे
So I don't know the exact time, but I felt it was between 15 and 20 minutes, but it just felt like a lot of time passing. And after that, I saw a few policemen coming and they saw me and then they took me out from there. And from left and right, there were people, the police were there. And then after that, they told me that I was safe, you are safe and you can come out. So I had to come down from the shelf. And after I came down, there was one policeman in front and a few at the back, and they escorted me to the door in front.
Did you hear or see anything while you were on the shelf hiding?
No, I did not.
Do you remember seeing anybody else on the cracker aisle when you went there to hide?
मैले कसैलाई पनि देख्दिनँ म आफै मात्रै थिएँ अब म त्यस्तो मलाई त्यो सेन्स भएर म थिएन म सेन्स नै थिएन म आफै चाहिँ एकदम डरले आफै मेरो कुनै दिमागले काम गरिरहेको थिएँ
So I was very scared and my mind was not working and I was senseless. So I don't remember seeing anybody around me at that moment.
On that day, did your name tag say K?
तपाईँको नाम चाहिँ के लेखेको थियो त्यो दिन नाम
त्यो त मलाई सम्झना छैन
I do not remember that.
At points in time when you worked at King Soopers, did your name tag say K rather than your full name?
अरू बेलामा चाहिँ पुरा नाम नलेखेर के मात्रै लेखेको थियो नेम ट्यागमा
कहिले के लेख्थेँ कहिले खगेन्द्र लेख्थेँ अब होइन भयो भने के त मलाई भन्थे तिनीहरूले है त्यो मलाई सबै कुराहरू पनि मलाई याद छ त्यो चाहिँ धेरै वर्ष 3-4 वर्ष भइसक्यो त्यो मलाई त्यो थाहा छैन
So sometimes they would write K and sometimes Khagendra, the full name, but they would call me K. So I do not remember then what was written on the name tag.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions for you.
No cross-examination.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mala. You are free to go and you're released from your subpoena.
Thank you to the interpreter as well.
Thank you to the interpreter.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Morning, Your Honor, and thank you. People call Brian Pleiter to the stand.
And Mr. Kuffner, if you want to retrieve that exhibit,
Thank you
please.
so much.
Mr. Platter, if you'll come around to your left, is it officer, detective? What's your title?
Officer.
Officer, just keep coming around here, sir. Thank you. Face me and I will swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Can you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the record?
Brian Pleiter, Plyter.
How are you currently employed?
I work as an officer for the Boulder Police Department.
When did you first start with the Boulder Police Department?
I started in January 2018.
And
2018.
You can move that microphone to closer to you. That'd be great. Thank you.
thank you, Your Honor. When you joined the Boulder Police Department, was that your first law enforcement career position?
I worked as a dispatcher for 3 years for Boulder Police before that.
When did you start as a dispatcher?
That would have been 2015.
Can you just briefly tell the jury about your experience as a dispatcher in terms of what it involved and how long you're working in that role?
For 3 years as a dispatcher, my role was to take phone calls from community members, non-emergency and emergency, and then put calls in for service for officers, firefighters, and paramedics, and then dispatch them to those calls, as well as handling officer requests via radio request.
And then tell us how you made the transition from a dispatcher with the Boulder Police Department to becoming a police officer.
I was basically recruited by some of the officers in the department to switch roles to the law enforcement side. And after 3 years in dispatch, I decided that I wanted to take that role and apply to be a police officer.
And what did that actually require to go from dispatcher to police officer?
The same exact process as anybody else goes through. I just had to put in my application and go through the hiring process.
Did you have to go through the academy?
Yes.
And how long was the academy?
I don't remember exactly, but I would like 22, 23 weeks.
And that's 22, 23 weeks of full-time training?
Yes.
And then you became a police officer with Boulder PD.
Yes.
Were you working in that capacity on March 22nd of 2021?
I was.
And as a patrol officer with Boulder PD on that day, what were your duties and responsibilities?
At that time, I was assigned to our mall unit. So my jurisdiction was mostly the downtown business district area. So I was writing a report in my office in the downtown area.
So I'm going to just break that down a little bit if we can, okay? What does it mean to be part of the mall unit?
The mall unit is a special unit that handles calls for service in our Pearl Street Mall area, the downtown business district. It also includes some of our municipal campus area, which includes this area and the library. But just responding to calls for service in that specific area, building relationships with the downtown businesses and the community members downtown.
How long did you serve on the mall unit for?
I'm still currently assigned to the mall unit. I'm in my 4th year with them.
And you mentioned municipal areas, you mean city and county buildings?
Yes.
During the course of your time as a police officer, had you ever been in the King Supers at Table Mesa prior to March 22nd, 2021?
Yes.
In what capacity?
When I first started as an officer, I did some time in District 5, which includes the Table Mesa King Supers. And I'd respond to calls for service there in and around that area multiple times.
And what do you mean by calls for service in and around King Supers?
Dispatch calls for service. So, could have been a theft from the store or trespassing. I vaguely remember one trespassing there. But yeah, just basic calls for service.
Okay. What shift were you working or what hours were you working on March 22nd?
I was working a day shift, so 0600 to 1600.
And that's 6 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Yes, sir.
What was the weather like that day, if you recall?
I remember it being pretty mild. No real significant weather.
What were you wearing that day, Officer Platter?
I was wearing my short sleeve patrol uniform with my vest, external vest carrier.
Anything noteworthy happen earlier in the day at all?
Nothing that I can remember.
And then you mentioned you were in your office filling out reports. Is that right?
Yes.
And where is the office located?
16th Street and Pearl Street.
And is that a city annex for the Boulder Police Department?
Yes.
What call came over at around 2:30 p.m. on March 22nd?
It was a what they call a tone alert call. So they send out a loud tone over the radio to get everybody's attention. And they report of an active shooter at the King Supers off Table Mesa.
What'd you do upon hearing the tone alert and the radio call for the active shooter?
I sprinted out of the annex and got in my vehicle and responded emergency, which means that I activated my overhead lights and sirens and headed towards King Supers.
What kind of car were you driving that day?
It was a Ford Explorer.
And can you tell the jury, please, how you got to the King Supers?
Are you asking for the route, sir?
Yes, if you recall.
So if I remember correctly, I was on 16th, so I would have headed southbound on 16th Street, took a right to head westbound on Canyon Boulevard, and then I jumped on Broadway southbound the rest of the way till I took a right on Table Mesa and entered the King Supers parking lot.
Can you describe for us how you were driving in terms of speed and effort to get there?
I was driving as fast as I possibly could, but also as safely as I possibly could.
Meaning what?
I had to get there fast, but I also had to be aware of and cautious of what was in front of me. There was some traffic, especially in the Broadway area near Pennsylvania and 13th and Broadway intersection. So I vaguely remember having to kind of slide almost over in the oncoming lane to get around some cars to get there.
Approximately how long, to the best of your recollection, did it take you to get from the downtown city annex to the King Supers at Table Mesa?
I could make a guess, but I don't know how accurate I'd be, sir. I would hope no more than a minute and a half, maybe.
And on the way to King Supers, were you continuing to receive information over the radio?
Yes.
So when you arrived at King Supers at Table Mesa, what information did you have about what was happening in and around King Supers?
Again, vaguely remember, but remember officers saying that there was victims that they could visibly see, and it was I could tell by the radio traffic that this was not a fake call or not the real thing. I could tell by the radio traffic that I was heading towards an actual active shooter.
Can you explain to the jury what you mean by a fake call?
We get a lot of calls that when we get there, we find out that it wasn't exactly what it came out as, and we still respond that same way to be safe and to make sure that we're responding appropriately if it is. But a lot of times these things don't happen very often. So to find out the information that I was finding out that made it more and more real, the closer I got to the call, it just heightened my awareness and getting prepared for what I was getting ready to go up against.
So there've been times in your career prior to that where a call would come over of shots fired or a shooter, and you would arrive and find out it was a fake call.
Yes.
What about these radio communications made you realize that you were going up against something real in this situation?
Well, one of the officers that was there had a very, very calm tone to her voice. And when I heard, for some reason, when I heard her tone of voice, it just sent chills up my spine that this is legit. This is not a, one of those calls that is not legit when we get there.
And who was the officer communicating over the radio as you were driving there?
That was Officer Gignac.
When you arrived at King Supers, which way did you pull into the parking lot?
I pulled into the main entrance, which would have been on the north side of the store. Right there at the front of the store in that little parking, or the driveway that leads up to the parking lot.
What did you see when you first arrived at King Supers?
I saw a couple of patrol cars stacked up in front of the store, so I pulled in right behind them and got out of the car and grabbed my shield.
Can you tell the jury about the shield, please?
Officers have the option of checking out a shield in the morning for shift. This shield in particular wasn't rifle rated, but you can respond to calls, more serious calls where a weapon's potentially involved, carrying a shield for added protection and be basically the first officer, and everybody stacks up on you and hopes that the shield can protect them from any threats ahead.
And by threats, you mean gunfire?
Yes.
So a couple of follow-up questions for you there, Officer Pleiter. You mentioned not rifle rated. What do you mean by that?
The shield, the majority of the shields that we had at the time, and the shield that I carried in my car every shift was it's not rated for rifle rounds. It was only rated for pistol rounds and some low-level rifle rounds.
So fair to say that means it's designed to stop some handgun rounds or handgun rounds, but not rifle rounds generally?
All handgun rounds, but no, not all rifle rounds.
So you get your shield. What else do you do?
I remember just running towards the front of the store. I saw Officer Sidell. I remember Officer Cera putting his hand on my shoulder, which made me feel. Once I had Officer Sidell with me and Officer Cera on my shoulder, I felt a lot better about going in towards the store.
Why?
Because I knew I wasn't alone at that point, and I had my teammates with me to go deal with what we were going to go deal with.
And you mentioned just a couple moments ago going in a stack. Can you explain to the jury what you mean by a stack, please?
A stack is a stack of officers. Generally, on the side of a doorway that you're going to go through. You want to have different tools with you. For example, I had the shield, so I would be up front. You generally, in this situation, would want officers with a rifle or multiple officers with a rifle, maybe an officer with a shotgun, sometimes a less lethal option, which would include like a less lethal shotgun that fires beanbag rounds or a taser in some scenarios. You want a stack of officers. The more you have, the more area you can kind of cover, and the more areas you can look for threats, and then the more tools you have to utilize if one tool in a certain situation is better for that scenario than others.
And Is there a reason why the officers stay closely together when they're entering a situation like this in a stack?
Well, one of the reasons is the shield. You want officers tightly compacted to utilize that shield for as much cover as possible. Because the further you get outside of that shield, the less cover it's going to provide for the officers behind you.
Before we turn to what happened as you entered the store, what else did you see outside the store? Did you see any victims at all?
I remember walking past one victim that was beyond saving. I know later that there was another victim near the stairwell, but I don't remember seeing that victim until remembering it later on. But there was multiple victims on the way to the doorway.
Can I ask you a couple follow-up questions about that?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned seeing one victim who was beyond help, as you put it. Where was that person, to the best of your recollection?
In that kind of driveway that leads up to the parking lot. So right on it would have been a little bit further into the parking or that driveway area on the north side of the store.
And you said beyond help. Could you tell by looking at that person that they were likely, if not certainly, deceased?
Yes.
And then you mentioned seeing someone, I think you said on a walkway or stairs. Are you referring to the pedestrian ramp?
Yes.
When did you realize there was another body there?
I didn't like that till later.
Fair to say things were happening really quickly at this point in time?
Yes. The main thing that I remember from responding to the front entrance of the store was linking up with Officer Sidell, Officer Cera putting his hand on my shoulder, and then Officer Gignac was yelling that he had an automatic. I can't remember if she said he had an automatic rifle or an AK-47. It was something to that effect, but she said that he had a rifle.
And when she's referring to he, she's referring to the shooter?
Yes.
Okay. What was the significance of the automatic rifle or AK-47?
Well, it heightened my awareness, obviously made me feel, a little bit more scared going into the situation, because now I have a pistol and a shield, and I'm getting pistol rated shield, and I'm getting ready to go up against a rifle.
What was the reason, Officer Pler, that you continued to the store at that point?
Because we had to. Nobody else was going to. So that's our job. When somebody is hurting other people, we have to go no matter what.
And who moved through the front doors, the first set of doors with you, to the best of your recollection?
That would have been me, Officer Sidell, and as I'm going through the front door, I remember that I didn't see anybody with a rifle. Knowing that we were going up against a rifle, I said, "We need a rifle up here." And that's when Officer Capobianco stepped up to my right because he had a rifle. And then it would have been Officer Cera with his hand on my shoulder. And then I know Officer Schmitz and Officer Smith were on the stack with me.
And did you later learn that there were other members of law enforcement coming in behind that initial group as well?
I did.
Tell the jury what you saw when you first entered the inner doors of the vestibule into King Soopers.
Well, the first thing I saw was Officer Talley. He was down, and I saw a pool of blood next to his head.
Had you worked with Officer Talley previously?
Yes.
And did you recognize him as being the individual who was down?
I don't remember if I recognized who it was or if I found it out afterwards.
Okay. And what did you realize when you saw the blood and the officer down?
I realized that we had lost one of our own, and I had made the decision that I was probably going to lose my own life too.
What do you mean by that?
Objection 401, 403.
Your Honor.
May we approach?
Your Honor, if I could just rather than do a bench conference, I think I could just say it's going to be present sense impression as to what he's thinking at the moment he's moving into the store.
Overall.
You can answer the question.
I made I had made a decision that I was probably going to lose my life going into this store. I thought about my child, and that I may never see him again.
What else did you see inside the store at that point, Officer Platter?
I saw other victims, and it was eerily quiet to what I remember.
Where did you see any other victims at that point?
I can't like recollect exactly where, but I know they were around that the checkout area.
And by a victim, you mean someone who is on the ground
Yes,
and appeared to be dead.
to the best of my recollection.
Eerily quiet. What was the significance of that to you?
Just based on our training, the training that I had done up to that point, we didn't train going into scenarios where it was quiet. Most of every scenario that we trained on, there was what we call stimulus, gunfire, victims screaming for help, and stuff like that. So it was unexpected when I responded in, and there was nobody screaming for help, and there was no stimulus initially.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been previously marked as people's 54 for identification. Do you recognize what that is a photograph of?
Yes.
And what's depicted in that photograph?
This would be what would have been the second entry team into the King Supers.
Does that photo fairly and accurately depict what you've been describing to the jury up to this point?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this point, people would move to admit people's 54 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Platter, as you just noticed, the picture is now on the screen. It's also on the screen behind you. If you don't mind, with the court's permission, I'm just going to ask you to stand up if you would and just walk us through who is where in this photograph.
Yes, sir. That's me. I have the shield up front. This is Officer Capobianco with a rifle, who I called up as to be the rifle on the stack. Officer Richie Sidell is on my left. This is Officer Cera right behind me with his hand on my shoulder. Officer Smith, who was in the traffic unit at the time with his trainee, Officer Schmitz, and Officer West is back there with the rifle near the doorway.
And what is happening at this point in time?
We have made entry into the store.
You can have a seat again. Thank you, Officer Platter. Can you please walk the jury through what happens next?
Shortly after we got through the front entry of the store, I saw a body come out into the aisle ahead of us, and then I heard what I now know as gunfire, and glass started to fall on top of us. I remember dropping down to my knee and cutting my knee on glass. As I dropped down to a knee, then the other officers had, to what I know, they had kind of gone to seek cover. And I remember seeing Officer Sidell to my left, proned out. And I was on my knee with the shield and my pistol out. I had some kind of a end cap thing with chips or something on it in front of me that was near the checkout area. And I had one aisle that I could see down here. And I couldn't remember which way the shooter had gone, left or right. So I was bouncing back and forth between these aisles to see if I could locate the shooter.
I have a couple follow-up questions for you, okay?
Yes, sir.
You said you saw a body. What do you mean by that?
It was pretty far away, and I had a shield in front of me, and the shields are not brand new, so it's not the greatest to see through, but it was definitely a human that popped out in that aisleway.
Popped out in the aisleway, where in relation to where you and the rest of the officers were?
So where we were in the front entrance of the store, this aisle would have been directly in front of it. So directly in front of us.
And at what end of the aisle?
They were on the far end of the aisle.
They being the person.
Yes.
And what do you recall seeing in that moment in time?
All I saw was what I could recognize as a person, and then I heard what ended up being gunfire, and that was confirmed by the glass falling down on me.
And that's my next question. Where was the glass in relation to you and the other officers?
Are you asking where the glass was that got shot out?
Yes, please.
The glass that came down on top of us was the above us, right above the doorway.
How close would you say the gunfire was to you and the other officers at that point?
Close enough that we all ducked for cover. I mean, it's hard to say in the moment where it was, but by the glass coming down on us, we knew it was very close.
And you mentioned Officer Sidell, so I had a couple of follow-up questions about him, okay?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned he proned out. Can you explain to the jury what law enforcement means by proning out?
Officer Sidell had basically laid down on his stomach. You do that in certain scenarios to be able to make a more accurate shot with either a rifle or a pistol. In his case, it was a pistol. But yeah, he was proned out and in that position. So on his stomach in a shooting position.
You also mentioned bouncing between the two aisles. Can you just explain to us in a little more detail what you mean?
So I was on my knees. I was on camera. I was on one knee and just had the shield in front of me and my sidearm out in front of the shield and just kind of sliding my right knee on the ground and kind of looking down one aisle and then looking down the other, trying to see if I could locate the shooter.
And you mentioned you actually cut your knee from the glass that was on the ground.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where had the shooter gone?
I found out.
Your Honor.
Sorry.
Yeah, sustain.
Thank you. I'll give you more direction there, okay?
Okay.
At that moment in time, did you know where the shooter had gone?
I did not. No, I didn't know if he went to the left or the right.
Shortly thereafter, was there another volley of gunfire?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
The shooter appeared in the same aisle that he had the first time, and there was another gunfire exchange between the shooter and Officer Sidell.
Where were you positioned when that happened?
I was looking down the other aisle at that time.
And by other aisle, you mean the aisle where the shooter was not located?
Yeah, it would have been the one directly west of that aisle.
So one aisle over.
Yes, sir.
And after that next volley of gunfire, what happened?
I don't know how much time between, but the next big thing that I remember is Officer West was posted up on the doorway, which means he was standing there on the left side of the entryway with his rifle, and he told me, he said, "Hey, Pleader, that something to this effect." He said that rifle is not, or that shield is not rated for rifle rounds.
What effect, if any, did that have on you, Officer Pleader?
I remember thinking, okay, this shield is of no use to me. I'm not really protecting anybody, not protecting myself. So I peeled back behind Officer West and was on the left side of the front entrance of the store behind the bricks.
How long did you stay by the bricks for? Approximately.
Not very long because I heard radio traffic of an officer near an open door near the rear of the store.
Do you recall the name of that officer?
Officer Morris.
So what'd you do upon hearing that Officer Morris was by an open back door in the rear of the supermarket?
Well, I had made a determination. I'm standing behind a brick wall right now. My shield's no good to me. So I'm going to go find work, and I determined that I'm going to go to the back of the store in case Officer Morris was there alone, since the shooter was closer to the back of the store when he first engaged us, hoping to intersect the shooter if he decided to make an escape out the back door.
So how'd you get to the back?
I just ran around which would have been the east side of the building.
And what'd you observe when you got to the back of the store? What'd you see?
I saw a couple of officers, but Officer Morris was back there with her car. That's about it.
Okay. And what'd you do after you're in the back of the store?
Well, eventually there was a SWAT element that came up. They had rifles. They had better gear than we had, and they decided to go into that back entrance of the store. Officer Morris and I went with them, still bringing the shield, and they had asked me to relay some radio communications about stuff that they were doing in the back of the store.
So members of the SWAT team showed up and then you went with them into the back of the store.
Yes, sir.
And what were the kinds of things that they were asking you to radio out to other officers and to dispatch?
They had cleared a certain amount of aisles that they could safely clear from the back of the store. They wanted me to radio that out, that those aisles were clear. And we evacuated one more victim from the back of the store that I remember. But basically just relaying that we had cleared these certain aisles in the store.
What do you remember about the person that you evacuated?
I just remember that she was a female.
Okay.
And she appeared to be extremely scared.
Where was she?
Just in the back of the store where the food and stuff is stocked, where the employees go.
Where'd you take her?
We escorted her to the rear door to leave the store.
Officer Pleiter, thank you very much. I have nothing further for Officer Pleiter, Your Honor.
I have no questions for Officer Pleiter.
All right, thank you. You may be excused and released from the subpoena, folks.
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're released from your subpoena. Thank you.
You want this, sir?
Sure. Thank you very much. You should go elsewhere. Your Honor, the people call Jenny Schmitz to the stand, please. Thank you.
Morning. If you'll just come around the table in front of you and work your way up around to the screen over here, and I'll swear you in before you have a seat. Thank you. You'll face me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but? Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the record?
Jenny Schmitz, Schmeits.
How are you today?
I'm doing okay.
I'm going to ask you a few questions about your background and work experience, and then transition into talking about March 22nd, 2021, okay?
Okay.
Can you just introduce yourself to the jury, tell them a little bit about your professional experience and background?
Good morning. I'm Officer Jenny Schmitz. I am patrol officer with Boulder Police Department. I've been with Boulder Police Department for almost 4 years now. Prior to that, I was a parole officer in Denver for about 5 years. And prior to that, I was a probation officer in Adams County for about 5 years.
What prompted you to join the Boulder Police Department?
I wanted to make a change in people's lives, help the community, and serve and protect.
When did you join the Boulder Police Department?
January 4th, 2021.
Can you just walk the jury through that process after you joined the Boulder Police Department?
Yes, I was hired on January 4th, 2021, and I was, at the time, I was already post-certified as a peace officer through the being a parole officer prior to that. So in joining the Boulder Police Department, I was in what we call a mini academy for 6 weeks. I was in the mini academy for about 8 weeks, and then I started what we call a field training officer program, where you're with a police officer in the streets, and that was for about 20 weeks.
I'm just going to ask you a few follow-up questions, okay? You mentioned post-certified. That's something the jury hasn't heard before. What do you mean by post-certified?
It's a state peace officer certification, and I attended that in 2016. I graduated in December 2016 out of the Arapahoe Community College.
And when you say you attended that, you mean the full-time academy to become a peace officer in Colorado?
Correct.
Okay. So when you joined the Boulder Police Department, you only had to attend the mini academy
Correct.
and then the field training
Correct.
period. Okay. In March of 2021, how long had you actually been working patrol for the Boulder Police Department?
I was in field training for about, I was 1 week and 1 day.
Were you working on March 22nd of 2021?
Yes,
Had you ever been to the King Supers at Table Mesa before that day?
I have been a couple times for calls of service.
But before March 22nd?
No,
What shift or hours were you working on March 22nd?
I was working from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. And yeah,
You mentioned working with a field training officer. Were you doing that day?
yes,
And who was the field training officer for you on that day?
it was DJ.
And what's his last name? Does DJ Smith sound right?
Yes, sorry.
It's okay. What was the day like before 2:30 in the afternoon?
It was a normal day on the streets, responding to calls. And when the call came in for King Supers, DJ Smith and I were at the police station about to take our lunch for the day.
Okay. And what did the call first come over as, to the best of your recollection?
It came over as what we call a tone call, so an emergency call. And it came out as an active shooter at King Supers, Table Mesa, lots of people calling in, and several victims in the parking lot.
So what'd you and Officer Smith do upon hearing the radio call?
We both rushed to our patrol car that was parked in our police station. I got in the driver's seat. He got in the front passenger seat, and I just drove towards King Supers.
And do you recall at all the route that you took to get from the Boulder Police Department to King Supers?
Yes. I left the police department. I got on 33rd, went southbound to Arapahoe. I went eastbound to Foothills, took Foothills southbound all the way to Table Mesa West.
How would you describe your driving on the way there?
I was driving pretty fast.
How long, to the best of your recollection, how long did it take you to get from the police department to King Soopers?
I don't know an exact time, but 10 minutes maybe, if that.
Okay. And when you arrived at King Soopers, how did you pull into the parking lot area?
I pull in into the north side entrance of the King Soopers behind another patrol car that was already there.
What'd you do then?
We both exited the patrol car, immediately met up with the other officers that were there. We put together what we call a contact team, an officer with a shield in front of us. We lined up behind the shield, had our handguns out. My trainer, DJ Smith, had his shotgun out
Where did Officer Smith get the shotgun from?
from our patrol car.
And you were using a handgun?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you see in the parking lot on the way up towards the front of the store?
I saw several victims laying in the parking lot. I saw a car that was pulled up into the north ramp. And lots of people, yelling and screaming.
What doors did you move towards with the other officers?
The north side doors of the King Soopers.
And east or west side?
It would have been the west side.
Okay. And as you're approaching the King Soopers, what was the reason you were heading to the doors?
We, when we were putting our contact team together, we heard what we call stimulus, so shots being fired inside the store.
So what'd you do then?
We rushed in through that ramp, passing that car that was in that ramp. And as soon as we walked into the doors, we kept hearing shots fired. We were moving towards that stimulus. And I was able to see someone laying in a pool of blood by the self-checkouts. And then right in front of us, within a few feet, we saw who we later identify as Officer Talley, who was down in a pool of blood. And at the same time, we were being shot at. So we tried to take cover as much as we could. And I just felt glass on the back of my neck.
Can I ask you a few follow-up questions?
Yes.
As you're heading to the doors, what's going through your mind at that point?
We needed to stop the threat. We needed to stop the killing. And at the same time, when I was being shot at, I just felt like maybe I wasn't going to make it home that day.
Fair to say it was a very stressful situation at that point?
Yes.
And as you're going through the doors, you said you saw someone down by the self-checkout area.
Yes.
What do you remember seeing about that person?
I just remember that it was a person in a pool of blood.
And you mentioned the person you later learned to be Officer Talley.
Yes.
Officer Schmitz, you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. What do you remember about that person when you saw them in that moment in time as you're entering King Soopers?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. At that point in time, did you know it was Officer Talley who was down?
I knew it was an officer because he had a uniform.
Non-responsive.
Overruled.
You can go on.
I knew it was an officer because he had a uniform. Within our contact group, I heard one of my partners say, it's Talley. He's down.
Who else, to the best of your recollection, was in the contact group or the team going in at that point?
It was Richie Sidell, Brian Capobianco, DJ Smith, Alex Cera, myself.
Okay, I'm going to ask to put Exhibit 54 back on the screen and just have you, the jury's already seen this picture, but just to identify for the jury where you are in this picture, okay? Big screens, please. Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Officer Schmitz, I'm sorry. The jury can see the picture up behind you there. Where are you in this picture?
Right here.
Indicating towards the middle.
Yes.
And on the top, on the bottom left corner, it says East Door Jam. Is it possible that you were going in the east doors of King Soopers at that point?
Yes.
We could take it
That-
down. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
It's
That
okay.
door has two entrances. So when I said west, we came in this way, but it is the east doors of King Super.
Ah, okay, that makes sense. So just taking a step back, there's an outer doorway and the jury's already seen this before. You went in the west side of the outer
Of
doorway.
those outer doors, yes.
That's the side with the pedestrian ramp.
Yes.
Okay. And now you're coming in the east doors as King Soopers is
Yes.
situated. Okay. Thank you for explaining that. And we could take it down. Then you mentioned shots being fired at you,
At us, yes,
at you and the other officers.
yes.
And how did you know shots were being fired at you?
We heard the shots being fired, or I heard the shots being fired, and then I felt glass falling on my neck.
So what'd you do?
We tried to take cover. We ducked down and retrieve back to that ramp.
Your Honor, may I approach with what's been previously marked as People's 55B for identification?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that a photograph of?
us ducking down when we were being shot at.
Does that photo fairly and accurately depict what you've been describing for the jury?
Yes,
Your Honor, at this time, people move 55B into evidence, please.
No objection.
Admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
That means it's once again on the screens. Officer Schmitz, can you just describe for the jury what they're seeing in this picture, please?
this is Officer Cera, DJ Smith. This is myself. We're ducking down as we're being shot at.
And the glass you mentioned that was breaking and falling on your neck, where is that glass in this picture?
Someone back here.
Okay, thank you. What did you do after the shots were fired at you, Officer Schmitz?
We ducked down and like I said, we retrieved. And then I heard what I believe was another shot. And I didn't know if we were still being shot at or it was one of my partners returning fire. Later,
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
So at that point, you don't know if it's the shooter firing at you again, or if it's one of your fellow officers firing.
correct?
Did you later learn that it was who it was that was firing?
Yes,
At some point, did you then move outside of King Soopers again?
we retrieved back to that ramp.
And I'm going to move you forward a little bit in time here. At some point, did an armored vehicle from Boulder Police Department arrive on scene?
Yes,
What happened? What'd you do after that vehicle arrived?
I assisted with covering two officers as they were moving the bodies out of the way in the parking lot for that Teradyne armor truck to come in.
So the Teradyne is the name of the armored truck?
Correct.
Okay. And the armored trucks coming in, and you said moving the bodies that were outside, those are the bodies of the victims you described earlier.
Correct.
What happened then?
Then we were assisting with, or I was assisting with greeting other victims that were coming out of the store, exiting the store towards a safe site.
And approximately how many people did you see start to come out of the King Supers?
I don't recall, there were several people.
What were you asked to do after that? After the victims started to come out of King Supers, what were you asked to do?
Due to the amount of people that were still exiting the King Supers, myself and Richie Sidell were asked to drive down Broadway to see if we can find an RTD bus to bring it back to the site to load it up with victims coming out of the King Supers to take them to a different safe site.
So what did you and Officer Sidell do?
So we jumped into one of the patrol cars and drove down northbound on Broadway. I think it was Broadway and Baseline where we saw an RTD bus, stopped it. Went inside the bus, there was one civilian passenger. We asked him to exit the bus and we told the driver to follow us back to King Supers.
And how'd you get back to King Supers?
We were driving in front of the bus, back in the patrol car, back to King Supers.
When you arrived back to King Supers, what did you do?
I was standing with other officers behind civilian cars on that north side parking lot of King Supers, escorting people out to the near where the buses were.
Escorting people who had been in King Supers out to where the buses were located.
Correct.
Okay. And what else was going on around that location at the time?
The armor truck was on the north side of the parking lot, giving commands through the microphone. Yeah.
What kinds of commands?
Just saying, this is Boulder Police, you are surrounded, come out with your hands up, kind of commands.
Okay. Officer Schmitz, thank you very much. Your Honor, I have nothing further at this point.
I have no questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. You are excused and you're released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
We're going to take our morning break. I'm going to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss the case with anyone by any means. This includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, you need to let us know immediately. Do not read or listen to any news reports of the trial. Do not consult any outside references. Don't do any research on anything that is related to the trial. And do not form or express an opinion about the case until it is finally submitted to you. And I will see you back at 10:15. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. It is 10:50.
I'm sorry, 10:30. Thank you. It was a test. We passed.
Right, yeah.
All right, are we good to bring the jury in?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. Please be seated. And your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people call Jeffrey Brunkow to the stand.
Morning, sir. If you'll make your way up here, going to your left around. And is it Officer Brunkow? Deputy Brunkow. Thank you. You will please face me, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Please be seated.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the court reporter?
Sure. Jeff Brunkow, Brunkow.
How are you currently employed?
I am a civil deputy with the Boulder County Sheriff's Office,
How long have you been with the Boulder County Sheriff's Office for?
24 years.
Can you please walk the jury through your law enforcement experience and career?
So I did 1 year in our jail starting in 2000, and then I came out to patrol. And I did that for 18 years. And then 5 years ago, I moved to our civil division.
So I'm going to ask you a few follow-up questions, okay?
Okay.
When you say 1 year at the jail, is that as a deputy working within the Boulder County Jail?
Yes.
And then you came out to patrol. What do you mean by that?
So I was a certified peace officer with Golden Police Department between 95 and 2000. So when I had the opportunity to come out to our patrol division, they offered me the job, and that's where I stayed for 18 years.
And did you start your law enforcement career with the Golden Police Department?
I did.
When did you go through the post academy?
In 1995.
And you've been a certified peace officer in Colorado ever since?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned you're currently in the civil division. Can you tell the jury what that means, please?
Sure. I do civil process for the courts. So I do evictions. I serve divorce papers, summons and complaints, temporary restraining orders. There's too many to name.
So evictions, divorces, just easy work like that.
Yeah, easy.
So to break that down, though, if in a different courtroom, not a criminal courtroom, but in some courtroom where they handle evictions, a judge issues an order, it's the job of the sheriff's office civil division to serve that order.
Correct.
Okay. Same with divorces and civil, not criminal protection orders.
Correct.
And that all happens if a civil judge issues an order, you as part of the sheriff's office are part of a team that's responsible for serving those orders.
Correct.
Okay. And just to be clear, throughout this entire time, though, you've remained a certified peace officer or police officer in Colorado.
Yes.
You're the first witness testifying on behalf of or from the sheriff's office. So I'm going to ask you a few questions about that, okay?
All right.
What jurisdiction does the sheriff's office have within Boulder County?
All of Boulder County, including the municipalities.
So explain what you mean by that, please.
So municipalities have their own police departments, which they take the crime stuff, but the county has jurisdiction over 750 square miles. We don't enforce criminal stuff inside the city limits unless we're actually there. It's kind of hard to explain. So we do all the unincorporated Boulder County. That's where we patrol out in the countries, Hygiene, Superior, Lyons, Netherland, all of our mountains.
So just to follow up on that, and to make sure the jury has an understanding of it, unincorporated Boulder County, you mean any part of Boulder County that's not actually a city?
Correct.
And that's within the jurisdiction and authority of the sheriff's office.
Yes.
And within those areas, the sheriff's office enforces any criminal violations.
We can in unincorporated, but the civil unit, we have the authorities to serve civil process in the municipalities also.
And in addition to what you just shared, if there was a criminal violation in a municipality, does the sheriff's office have the legal authority to be involved?
Yes.
And does that happen at times? Is there overlap between local police agencies and the sheriff's office assisting them?
Quite often.
So for example, if anybody were to go to the CU football game, would they see members of the sheriff's office there?
They would.
Even though that's within the city of Boulder?
Correct.
And is that a good example or an example of city of Boulder law enforcement and the university asking the sheriff's office for additional support?
Yes.
Were you working on March 22nd of 2021, sir?
I was.
What were you doing that day?
I just finished serving somebody in the city of Boulder some divorce papers.
And at around 2:30 p.m., did you hear a radio call?
I did.
Can you tell the jury about that, please?
So I was just driving eastbound on Arapahoe, passing Boulder High School, and our dispatch toned that there was an active shooter at the Table Mesa King Soopers.
What had the day been like leading up to that?
Just my normal getting people mad at me.
Okay. Because of the papers you're
Civil
serving?
process, yeah.
Okay. The call of the active shooter, you were near Boulder High School when you received that call?
I was.
So what'd you do upon receiving that call?
Just turned on my lights and sirens and drove east down to 28th Street, all the way over to Baseline to 27th to Broadway, and then parked my car on the east end of the King Soopers.
Do you recall arriving at approximately 2:36 p.m.?
It could have been.
On the way there, had you continued to receive radio communication about what was happening in and around King Soopers?
The only thing I remember was they advised there was possibly 2 or 3 shooters. After that, my brain kind of went into trying to plan out what was going to happen when I got there.
What do you mean by that?
So you're always planning on if people are coming out running towards you, what do you do with them? What you see when you get in there, when you arrive on scene, what kind of scene you have. It's a what if game all the time.
What happened when you arrived at King Soopers?
I parked on the east end, grabbed my rifle. At that time, I believe Officer Brun had pulled up from the CU Police Department at the same time. We started running up the ramp going into the vestibule. As we were running up there, there was shots being fired, glass was going everywhere. And then we stopped when we saw all the Boulder officers hunker down below the partitions.
You mentioned Officer Brun with the CU Police Department. Had you ever met Officer Brun prior to that day?
I had.
Okay. And where specifically did you park in relation to Officer Brun?
He was right to the left of me, so I pulled in right in front of one of the businesses, and Officer Brun pulled in kind of catty towards me.
And what did you take with you from your car as you headed towards King Soopers?
Just my rifle.
Where do you keep your rifle?
Keep it in my vault right here on the side of my seat.
Okay, you're indicating on your right-hand side?
Yeah.
Can you explain to the jury what you mean by the vault?
So it's like a rack that has handcuffs on it. So you can keep your rifle on one side and a shotgun on the other side.
What was the reason you took out your rifle?
I was going to need more accuracy, and a rifle's a lot more accurate than a handgun.
And how did you move towards King Soopers from there?
Just ran directly west up the ramp up until the entrance.
Your Honor, can I approach the witness?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as people's 55 for identification. Do you recognize what that's a photograph of?
I do.
What's depicted in that photograph?
I don't know whose body camera that is, but that was me standing to the right, and Ranger Kilburn, believed, showed up within a minute after we did.
And does that photo fairly and accurately depict how you were positioned outside of King Soopers near the front doors?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, people move people's 55 into evidence, please.
No objection.
Admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
So you mentioned you're not sure whose body worn camera this is from, but how do you know from looking at it that it's from someone's body worn camera?
Because usually people wear it somewhere on their chest, and if you're slinging a rifle, that you'll see the strap going across most cameras.
And what does this photograph show?
It shows me standing right to the door, and then Ranger Kilburn directly behind me, and Officer Brun. You can't see it, but should be standing right in front of me.
Okay. You mentioned Ranger Kilburn.
Mm-hmm.
Had you ever met Ranger Kilburn before that day?
I've met him a couple times.
Okay. And at the time, what agency was he working with?
I believe the Open Space and Mountain Parks, Boulder.
And do they also have certified sworn peace officers?
They do.
And as you approached this entrance, what did you do?
Me and Brandon sat there while they were still shooting through all the window and the glass. There was a short pause of a second or two. And at that time, I thought in my head that he was going to reload a magazine because it was consistent firing and then just stopped. As soon as it stopped for a second or two, I actually had my hand on Officer Brun and pushed him in, and that's when we were going to go in.
You mentioned he would be reloading. Who are you referring to?
The suspect.
And you put your hand on Officer Brun, and what was the reason you did that?
So it's a tactical thing. If you're going into a stressful situation, you always want to know where your partners are at. And by grabbing the back of their vest, they know that you're with them and that they're not going in alone.
So what happened then?
As soon as we took one step, a shot came through the glass, and Officer Brun went down, and I had to pull him back up. I thought he'd been shot. So I pulled him back. I saw blood all over the side of his face. So I escorted him back down until I ran into, I believe it was Deputy Weber, and I told her to get him to an ambulance.
And what was going through your mind as the shot was coming through the glass?
That I probably wasn't going home that day.
And Officer Brun, you believed he had been hit by gunfire?
I did.
Where did you take Officer Brun at that point?
I took him about halfway down this ramp and gave him to another deputy to take to the ambulance.
And at some point during that, did you realize he had not actually been hit by gunfire?
I did not.
When did you realize that?
After somebody told me that he was cleared from the ambulance later on.
And what does cleared from the ambulance mean?
So that the paramedics and whoever was there, they looked through him, realized he had some glass in his eye, and that he was going to drive himself, or somebody else was going to drive him to the hospital because they wanted to keep the ambulance there.
So what'd you do after getting Officer Brun out of the way of the vestibule?
I went back up to that one point, and there was no more gunfire at that time. And then we were advised that an entry team from somebody's SWAT team, I don't know if it was ours or Boulder's, was almost arrival, and to hold still where we were since there was no shots being fired.
And you mentioned no shots being fired. What was the significance to you in that moment of no shots being fired?
If there's no shots being fired, then there shouldn't be a threat to anybody else at that time.
And you said the SWAT team was close to arrival.
Yeah.
So what'd you do?
So I actually was standing there, and I heard that the Denver SWAT team was actually pulling up, and they were going to be going on a fire truck ladder up to the roof, and they didn't have any communications. So I gave them my pack set radio, to one of them, and then I had to stay with another officer so I can hear the radio.
What was the reason the Denver SWAT, and by Denver, you mean the Denver Police Department,
I think they have a certified SWAT team, full-time SWAT team.
as part of Denver PD?
Correct.
What was the reason the Denver SWAT team was going up on the roof?
I don't know what command told them, but that's the first place that they went to.
Okay. And how were they getting up there?
By a fire truck ladder. They were all climbing up there.
And you mentioned you gave your radio to them?
Yes.
What was the reason you gave them the radio?
So they could have communications with everybody else that was on scene.
What'd you do after giving your radio to Denver SWAT?
I stood on the east side of the King Soopers with a Lafayette police officer.
At some point thereafter, did you see the suspect being brought out?
I did.
Can you describe that for the jury, please?
From where I saw him, I didn't see him come out of the building. At the end of the ramp is where I saw him. There was an officer on each side. He was only wearing his boxers, and some blood was coming off of his leg.
Do you see that person in court today?
I do.
Can you please point to him and identify an article of clothing he's wearing for the record?
Is that a white or a light gray button-up shirt?
Your Honor, subject to cross-examination indicating the defendant for the record. What'd you do after the defendant was brought out from King Soopers?
I walked back up to the entrance of the King Soopers
What's the reason you did that?
because they were bringing Officer Talley out. And then I stood guard with them until the coroner's office arrived.
What do you mean by stood guard?
There was me and I think 5, 6 other people that just surrounded him. We covered him with the American flag that we stole from the fire truck. And then we just didn't want pictures, everybody taking pictures of him. So we surrounded him so they couldn't do that.
And are you aware that other things were done for the victims in the parking lot to try to limit pictures being taken as well?
Yeah.
But you were with Officer Talley's body at that point.
Correct.
And then you mentioned the coroner's office. What was the reason that you'd wait for the coroner's office there?
Because we didn't want anybody else coming around Officer Talley until he was released and put into the coroner's van.
Did you suffer any injuries or impact from this incident, Deputy?
I did not.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for Deputy Brunco. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I have no questions for the deputy. Thank you.
Deputy, you are released and you are also released from the subpoena.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the people call DJ Smith to the stand.
Morning. Is it Officer Smith?
Retired.
Retired Officer Smith. Come on around here, sir, and I'll swear you in before you're seated. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Please be seated.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Once you get settled, can you please state your name, spelling your last name for the court reporter?
Richard Smith, Smith.
And on the way up to the stand, you told the judge that you're a retired police officer.
That is correct.
Are you currently employed?
I do. I work for Excel Energy.
All right. Can you just tell the jury a little bit about what you do for Excel?
Excuse me. I supervise the gas emergency response division at Excel down in the Denver metro area.
Do you want a cup of water?
Yes, please.
Take your time and get settled. Thank you. Okay, yeah, okay. Just tell the jury briefly what you do for Excel currently on a day-to-day basis.
So we have 60 employees that work out of 6 service centers in the Denver metro area. We respond to any gas emergency, whether it be you smelling gas within your home, outside your home. If there's a crew working on the street, boring, digging, they hit one of our gas lines, we'll respond, investigate, and intervene as needed.
When did you start working for Excel?
January of this year,
How long were you working in law enforcement for?
20 years.
Can you just walk the jury briefly through your career in law enforcement?
For my first 12 years, I worked in the patrol division, mostly working swing shift. Spent a couple years working up on the University Hill with the students and the fraternities and sororities up there. My last 8 years, I was assigned to the traffic unit where I did traffic enforcement. And then we handled all of the serious bodily injury and fatal crashes.
Traffic crashes.
Yes.
Were you, and when did you retire? I'm sorry.
March 1st of 2023.
Were you working on March 22nd of 2021?
I was.
All right. What was your assignment on that day?
On that day, even though I was assigned to the traffic unit, I was assigned to work for patrol as a training officer. I had a training with me that day.
Who was the trainee with you that day?
Officer Jenny Schmitz.
What were the two of you doing before 2:30 p.m. on March 22nd?
At that point in time, we were sitting in my traffic office working on some paperwork.
Do you recall receiving a radio transmission around that time?
Yes, there was what we call a tone alert. So they send out a series of tones that lets us know that a serious event, high priority call is coming out on the radio.
And after hearing the tones, what was the radio communication that you received?
I believe, I don't remember the exact, but it was basically that there was a shooting at the King Supers in South Boulder.
What'd you do after getting that radio call?
My trainee and I ran out of the office to our patrol car and we responded down to King Supers with licensed sirens.
Can you tell the jury about the ride to King Supers?
As we were en route, we were continually gathering information from dispatch. At one point, there was some confusion. There were reports that there may have been a second shooter involved. Basically, the information coming across was that this was a real event. We've been dispatched to other reported shooting calls in the past where they might be fireworks or something like this. The information that we were getting from the dispatcher in this instance was, this is a real event and be prepared.
So what were you doing in the car on the way to King Supers with that in mind?
So being a training officer, I was actually in the passenger seat. My trainee was driving. I was instructing her. I grabbed my shotgun, which was in the rack to my left, and I loaded. We keep it with a chamber is empty. So I loaded a round in the chamber and took one out of the side saddle, backfilled the magazine.
And for those who may not be familiar with firearms, what does it mean to put one in the chamber and then putting one in the magazine?
So the round is chambered into the barrel so that it's ready to be fired. And we keep it empty when it's sitting in our patrol car. To chamber a round, we take one out of the magazine and by cycling the action of the shotgun, you're placing a round into the chamber so that you're ready to fire. We also have a side saddle, which holds 7 additional rounds for us because shotguns typically only handle 5 to 7 rounds, depending on the shotgun. And this gives us additional capacity, being that it's a low capacity weapon. We have some extra rounds on us. Anytime you take one round out of the magazine, you want to backfill that so you have as many rounds available to you as possible.
And you're doing all that while Officer Schmitz is driving towards King Supers.
That is correct.
When you arrived at King Supers, where did you and Officer Schmitz go?
We pulled in off of Table Mesa Drive. There's that front main driveway that goes straight in towards the front of the store. There were also already a few patrol cars that had pulled in there. We stopped right in line, immediately got out of the car and ran to the front of the store.
What did you see as you were running towards the front of the store?
There were two civilians that had been in what I believe to have been shot. They were down on the ground. And we ran past them and found Officer Gignac, who is just outside main entry. I believe she told us that Officer Talley was still inside the store and that we needed to get inside quickly.
Just backing up a moment, you mentioned two civilians. You mean two people who were down in the parking lot?
Yes.
And based on what you were seeing, did you believe they were dead?
Yes.
Did you see anything on the pedestrian ramp?
Just before the pedestrian ramp, there was a gold-colored tannish SUV that was parked just at the bottom of the pedestrian ramp that leads up to the entryway. It was parked in kind of an odd position, and we were kind of positioned right behind that when we first got there.
How was the positioning of the car odd to you in that moment?
It would be more on where the sidewalk portion is, even though the driveway and the sidewalk are all one level there. It was kind of aimed towards that pedestrian ramp, as if maybe somebody were going to try to drive up the ramp.
And then you had just started to say you positioned behind that gold RAV4.
Very briefly, yes.
Can you tell the jury about that, please?
So Officer Schmitz and myself gathered up with the rest of the officers that were all immediately pulling up all at the same time. As I said, Officer Gignac was already there outside. Believe she told us that Officer Talley was still inside the store and that we needed to get in there and continue. So we formed what we typically call a stack, which is just a group of officers kind of in a line, and we started to push our way into the store.
What doors were you heading towards to get into the store?
These were this was the entry on the northeast side of the store.
And what did you see as you were entering that first set of doors?
So there's two sets of doors. First set goes into the very first vestibule area, and then you enter the second set of doors, which actually leads directly into the store itself.
And upon entering that second set of doors, Mr. Smith, what did you see next?
As I was walking up, there was another body, another civilian that had been down, I believe just to the right. And a little bit further on where the first aisle crosses, where you would kind of go towards the registers, I could see Officer Talley laying face down.
And just to back up a step, you mentioned another person down to the right when you first entered.
That was just the head and to the right, yes.
What do you remember about what you saw in that moment?
Just remember people being down. To me, it was eerily quiet at that moment.
And when you saw Officer Talley, you referenced Officer Talley was down. Did you know it was Officer Talley at that moment?
I couldn't see his face, but my instinct told me it was him.
What was the reason?
I couldn't say.
Objection. Asked and answered.
Overruled.
I couldn't tell you. I just, you recognize people, and even though we wear a uniform, there's parts of our uniform that may have been distinctive. That and the fact that Officer Gignac said that Officer Talley was still inside the building, I believe is why I knew it was him.
Thank you. Where were you in relation to the other officers in what you described as the stack?
I believe I was third or fourth in line, kind of off to the right-hand side of it. I was right behind Officer Cera.
You mentioned it was eerily quiet.
Yes.
What impact, if any, did that have on you and the other officers?
Well, anytime we go into a situation like this, we call it rapid emergency deployment or RED training. You're trained to listen for stimulus, and we are going to go in and react to wherever the stimulus is. So if you hear shooting somewhere else in the building, we're going to immediately start heading that direction. I remember there was music playing in the store, but there was no other sounds at that moment.
What, if anything, did you communicate over the radio around that point in time?
I did communicate a couple of times over the radio that we had an officer down inside the building.
And what, if anything, did you and the others say to the Officer Talley, who was down?
It was instinctual for me to just tell him, hang in there, buddy, we're coming for you, even though I knew that he was beyond saving.
With the court's permission, I'm going to put Exhibit 54, which is already in evidence, back on the screen.
Yes, sir.
Officer Smith, the jury's already seen this picture, but I just wanted to give you the opportunity to show the jury where you are and what you're doing at this moment in time, please.
I'm scanning the room. I have my right hand, my shotgun is up, scanning the room, and it appears that my left hand is on the radio transmitting at this point that we have an officer down.
And tell us what leads you to conclude you have the radio in your hand and you're communicating over the radio. In other words, what are you holding and what are you doing?
So the way my radio would be on my left side, but would have the microphone come across and it sat in the center of my chest. And I could see my left hand here, which would indicate that I'm triggering the microphone to talk on the radio.
What's the very next thing that happens after you radio that out to other officers and to dispatch?
The only thing I remember, I never heard the sound, but the glass from the doors above me, I just remember the explosion of glass and glass flying everywhere.
And to be clear, do you recall hearing any gunfire in that moment?
Not in the moment.
What significance did the glass shattering around you have on you?
It indicated to me that we were taking fire from somewhere within the store.
So what'd you do?
We immediately, the entire group of us, went back out into that vestibule area.
What was the reason you went back into the vestibule area at that point?
It was just a position of safety, regroup, regather, try to determine where the shots were coming from so we could make our determination what we were going to do next.
Were any of the officers, from your observations, from what you could see, still inside those doors?
Immediately, no, but then I learned very quickly that one officer was still inside.
When you say you learned, how'd you learn that?
There was another round of gunfire, and that's when I started to call out, who's firing? Are we taking fire? Are we shooting? Just trying to gather some more information. And that's when I learned that Officer Sidell was inside. I could not see him, but I found out later he was down on the ground to the left of the doors.
And could you actually hear that gunfire?
Yes.
What did that sound like to you?
That sounded like a handgun, not a rifle.
What do you mean by that?
I was a firearm instructor for many, many years. You learn the different sounds of different guns make different sounds. And to me, it did not sound like a rifle sound. It's hard to describe the sound differences, but from what I heard, it sounded like a handgun, not a rifle shot.
And then moving forward in time here, did you later move further outside when the Teradyne and SWAT teams arrived on scene?
Yeah, so we spent a few minutes, what felt like a few minutes, trying to determine where shots had been coming from, which way the suspect may have traveled after those shots were fired. We weren't getting a whole lot of information. The Teradyne started to show up very quickly thereafter, which was a bulletproof truck, so we had a little bit better options of security. And so we started to pull out a little bit to give that truck some room.
And during that time, did you hear any gunfire from inside King Soopers?
I can't recall if I heard any gunfire at that point.
Okay. And where did you go in relation to the Teradyne?
So initially, we just pulled down to the bottom of the pedestrian ramp. We're holding there. I believe I was with Officer Capobianco at that point in time. Once the Teradyne showed up, it had the ram on the front of the vehicle, and they started to punch holes in the wall. So that's when we backed up further to the patrol cars that were in the front driveway just to give that truck some extra room.
And tell the jury, what did that truck start to do?
So again, it had the front ram deployed, which is a series of steel poles with I think it was a flat piece of steel on the front. And it was punching holes through the front of the store so that we could get a larger view access of what was going on inside the store.
And the jury's going to hear more testimony about that later on. But where were you when the Teradyne was starting to try to, as you said, punch holes in the front of the store?
I believe by then is where we backed up to behind a couple of the patrol cars that were in the driveway at that point.
Okay. And what was going on then?
At that point, I was just talking with Officer Capobianco. I was strategizing with him. I was checking on his status. He did not appear to be he appeared to be taking it pretty difficult at that point in time. So I wanted to make sure that he was in a safe place where I could get him to some safety. I learned later what his involvement was, and I wanted to make sure he was okay.
When you say he didn't appear to be taking it well at the time, what are you referring to?
Objection, 401, 403, calls for speculation, foundation. 701 as well.
But he can talk about what he saw.
Mhm.
And that's it.
What did you see in communicating with Officer Capobianco?
You could just see in his face, he was very stressed at that point.
Okay. So where did you suggest he go?
That's when we
Objection,
continued.
401, 403.
Overruled.
That's when I decided to back up a little bit further back, a little bit away from the action so I could get him to a safer spot.
Okay. Fast forwarding in the day, now we're going to move you ahead.
Yes.
At some point, when you were undressing and taking off your vest and so on, what, if anything, did you find inside your vest from that day?
I had some glass shards within I wear an external vest carrier, and inside the vest carrier were shards of glass.
From where?
I believe from the vestibule.
Okay. Mr. Smith, thank you very much for being here and for your testimony. Your Honor, I have nothing further from Mr. Smith.
Judge, I have no questions for Mr. Smith.
Thank you. You are excused and you are released from your subpoena.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the people call Alexander Cera to the stand.
Morning, Officer Cera. If you'll come on up here and make your way around your left. Let's come right around that there. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please be seated.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Once you get settled, can you tell us your full name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
It's Alexander Cera. It's Kicera.
Officer Cera, judging by your uniform, you're a member of the Boulder Police Department?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been with the Boulder Police Department for?
Coming up on 8.5 years.
Okay. Let me back up further. Where'd you grow up?
Grew up in Longmont, born in Boulder.
What prompted you to go into law enforcement?
Family members in law enforcement. My father was a sergeant with the Boulder Police Department for 35 years.
What was the process for you becoming a law enforcement officer?
Going through interviews, different aspects of a hiring process. After getting becoming hired by the city, going through a 22-week police academy, followed by an in-house academy, which varied in length about 6 weeks, and then going through a police training on the street, which was another approximately 16 weeks.
So hired first, then into a full-time academy for 22 weeks.
Correct.
And then a mini academy with the Boulder Police Department after you graduate from the regional academy.
Correct.
And during your time with Boulder Police, what is your responsibilities included?
I was on patrol. Back in 2020, I became a member of the traffic unit, so primarily focusing on traffic crashes and traffic violations and enforcing traffic laws.
So what did that work involve on a daily basis for you?
Throughout the day, locating different various violations, making traffic stops, being dispatched to crashes to take crash reports, things of that nature.
Okay. And generally, what kind of car or vehicle would you drive in connection with your work?
Throughout the year, I am part of our motor unit, so on days that allow, I'm generally on one of our motors. However, during bad weather, road conditions, I'll be in a vehicle, Explorer.
So what does it mean to be a member of the motor unit?
Takes a lot of work going through a 2-week, 80-hour course and then continue training after passing that course.
And then you patrol on a motorcycle?
I do.
Okay. And you said as long as conditions allow, what do you mean by that?
Primarily road conditions. If there's certain roadways throughout the city that we would not be able to get to based on snow and ice, we might take a car because we still want to be able to get to different parts of the city if something comes up that we need to be able to get to.
Were you working, Officer Cera, on March 22nd, 2021?
I was.
And what was your shift or what were your hours that day?
I was working 9 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Before getting a call around 2:30 p.m., what was the day like for you?
I had taken a crash report or so, and was sitting at the police department working on a report.
When you say taking a crash report, can you tell the jury what you mean by that?
So being dispatched to a location where cars are getting into a crash, getting everybody's information, and being able to put that information together for them for their insurance and things of that nature.
And in a situation such as that one, where do you actually complete the report that you need to fill out?
At the police department, in our traffic office, we have multiple different computers that we are able to use to be able to do that.
And is that where you were around 2:30 p.m. on March 22nd, 2021?
I was.
Can you tell the jury what happened?
While sitting at the police department working on the report, hear a call come over the radio of a active shooter situation at the Table Mesa King Supers. I dropped what I was doing, made my way to my vehicle that I was driving that day, and began to head to the store, utilizing emergency lights and sirens. I took Arapahoe to Foothills down to Table Mesa and across. As we approached the store, there's a driveway that goes across and into the parking lot of King Supers, which essentially is going right down the middle of the store with doors on either side of that entryway.
I'm sorry. Sorry to interrupt. Can I stop you there for a second?
Absolutely.
Okay. What was the weather like that day?
Call it being cloudy, but no falling precipitation at the time.
And was there snow on the ground?
Yes.
What vehicle were you using that day?
That day, I was driving the then accident reconstruction report specialist pickup truck, just white vehicle that's still equipped with emergency lights and sirens.
So not your motorcycle?
Correct.
Okay. So you run out to the pickup truck.
Yes, sir.
And then you mentioned you went from Arapahoe down to Foothills.
Correct.
And then where?
And then took Foothills down to Table Mesa, and then Table Mesa West to the entrance to the parking lot of the grocery store.
Was anybody in the pickup truck with you?
No.
Okay. What were you wearing that day?
I was wearing my external carrier vest, and with being in traffic, we have the option of wearing a yellow undershirt as we're in traffic quite a bit. So I had a long sleeve yellow, more or less fluorescent yellow shirt on, and then my duty pants.
And the jury might have already guessed this, but what's the reason you wear the fluorescent yellow undershirt?
Just being out in traffic on a crash scene or on traffic stops fairly frequently. It just helps us to be seen on those scenes, makes us a little safer.
Okay. How would you describe your driving on the way to King Supers?
Like lights and sirens, so going fast, especially with the information that we were getting over the radio, wanted to get there as quickly but as safely as possible.
What information were you receiving over the radio between the first call and your arrival at King Supers?
We were advised again of active shooter situation. I believe at the time we were told possibly multiple shooters. So we were unsure of the number of individuals that would be on scene. And just updates that, multiple shots have been fired.
Did you also receive a description of the shooter?
Yes, about all I can recall from the description was wearing some sort of like tactical vest or ballistic vest.
What, if any, significance did that have to you?
If it is a ballistic vest, it, will show the, that possibly prepared for what they were doing. It might change the tactics of how we approach as far as, how to stop the threat of that suspect.
When you arrived at King Soopers, you started to say you went in that middle road that leads to the front of the store.
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what you observed at that point, please?
So as I pulled into that middle row of the parking lot, there are already multiple, like 2 or 3 patrol cars already there with their lights on. So I stopped my vehicle there. As I exited my patrol car, I saw Officer Pleder beginning to make his way towards the store with one of our ballistic shields. As we started progressing towards the store, saw one individual laying on the ground, I guess to my right, so close to the west side of that driveway. We began to move towards the east doors, which would have been to our left. As we approached, there was a vehicle at the base of the ramp that leads up into the vestibule, eventually leading into the store. And then also on that ramp was another individual lying on the ground.
As you're sharing this with the jury, can you picture this in your mind?
I can.
So that first person you saw down, what do you note about them or observe in that moment?
No obvious movement. Did not, based on that, did not believe that they were alive. Believe it was a male that had been laying in the ground.
And you could tell it was a man by just looking at the person?
By clothing and hair, yes.
Okay. And then from there, you go to the pedestrian ramp?
Correct.
You mentioned there was another person down on the pedestrian ramp?
Correct.
What did you observe in the moment about that person?
Similar, not moving, no signs of movement. Female, long hair, blonde, and based on clothing.
And how close to her were you at that moment?
Probably within 8 to 10 feet. As we were going up that ramp, she was on the ramp, and that ramp's not overly wide.
What else was at the bottom of the ramp there?
There was a vehicle. I don't call make or model.
What was the significance of a vehicle or car being there?
With that vehicle there, we were unsure who it belonged to at the time. If it was possibly the suspects or somebody else, a patron of the store.
What'd you do when you arrived at the car or the vehicle that was parked there?
Just checked it visually real quick to make sure there was nobody sitting inside, and then proceeded past because we knew that there was a active threat within the store.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask you to break that down a little bit, okay? Okay. What was the reason you looked in the car to see if anybody was in there?
Again, we were unsure of whose vehicle it was, if it was the suspects. So and at the time, we were told there could possibly be multiple shooters. So if anybody was in that vehicle looking to ambush anybody else, or if it was a patron's vehicle, if there's anybody inside that possibly needed assistance right then and there.
Then you mentioned moving to the store because it was an active threat. Can you explain what was going through your mind at that moment, please?
So as I was moving up the ramp with Officer Pleder, we had stopped about midway up to develop our contact team, and just thinking that we need to continue to push into the store to locate the threat and to stop anybody else from getting hurt.
How were you and Officer Pleiter positioned at that point in time on the ramp?
Officer Platter, again, had the ballistic shield, so he was at the front of our contact team. I believe at that time I was just to his right, kind of back behind him to the right. And by that time, other officers had been arriving to create that contact team.
And what were you carrying?
I had my sidearm with me.
And as you move up, did you move into the vestibule doors?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what you observed as you started moving in, please?
As we began to move into the vestibule and turn the corners so that we could start to look into the store, saw another individual down about 30 feet into the store. As we continued, could tell that it was a police officer based on uniform, duty belt, things of that nature, with a significant amount of blood around him. Around the officer and his head.
I'm gonna, with the court's permission, put exhibit 54, which is already in evidence, back on the screen, just so you can show the jury where you're located in this, okay?
So
there's one, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I see you looking over here. There's also a screen behind you if that's easier.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So this is me here, just to the back and right of Officer Potter.
And you're pointing at the yellow sleeves that you were wearing that day?
Correct.
Okay. What are you doing with your left hand in that photograph?
I have it on Officer Platter's shoulder. That way I don't have to constantly be looking at him. We can make movements and everything based on how the other individuals' movements and know where the other person's at.
And we've already had a witness go through the other officers who are depicted in People's 54, but are those police officers that you worked with at the Boulder Police Department?
Yes.
And did you become aware there are other law enforcement officers coming in behind that group that's depicted in 54?
Later that day I did.
Okay. What's going through your mind as you're pushing into the store here?
There was no stimulus, any sounds at that time. It was quiet throughout the store. So we're slowly moving in, trying to locate where the suspect could be. With it opening up pretty wide, we want to make sure that we're moving throughout that store the most effective and safe way possible. And from where I was at, I was looking more to the right in the store, so over the cash registers and towards the west end of the store.
You just mentioned that the store opens up. What did that mean to you in this moment?
It just kind of changes how we might look to clear and start really breaking down to look for the suspect in something like that. It's not a bunch of small hallways where we can leave somebody posted. So it's trying to figure out the best way that we can clear parts of the store and make sure that they remain clear without somebody moving into those behind where we just came from.
And what do you mean by clear?
Making sure that there's no active threat in that area of the store or certain rooms of the store.
So fair to say the space in the store prompts a different response and different view from you at that point?
Correct.
So different than, for example, if you were coming into my living room or even into this courtroom, as opposed to going into a supermarket.
Correct.
What's the very next thing that happened?
At that point, again, trying to determine how we should move, we took a quick pause. During that pause, as I'm looking to my right, I see a little bit of movement out of the corner of my eye. Not sure what it is, if it's a patron running through the store, if it's a suspect. But then shortly after seeing that movement out of the corner of my eye, hearing loud pops, gunshots, and starting to hear some glass breaking around us.
You were looking off to the right?
Correct.
What do you remember looking at that moment in time?
Looking out over the cash registers to like each of the aisles as they would come to the main aisle that runs east-west across the front of the store, in between the aisles and the cash register, just to ensure nobody came out of one of those aisles to just begin shooting at us.
And you indicated that you saw movement towards the left.
Yeah, out of the left peripheral.
And to your recollection, what was it that drew your attention?
Just that little bit of movement because I had been looking to the right and didn't see a whole lot of movement to it until that moment. So just having that little bit of a change in my peripheral caught my attention.
How soon thereafter did you hear the loud pops?
It was shortly after, if not almost right after.
And the pops you mentioned to be gunfire?
Correct.
How did you know it to be gunfire?
Based on sound, the glass, as you can see in the photo, that surrounds the door, just broken glass, hearing that sort of stuff falling around us.
What was your reaction?
I knew that staying in that spot would not be good because we were still in an open area as we're coming into those doors. And I had Officer Pler more or less to my front, officers to either side of me. So I moved back to the vestibule so that I didn't cause any sort of a hazard for them trying to locate any sort of cover to get out of the line of fire.
What do you mean by that?
I didn't want to, try and be in their way and trip them as they're moving back. Maybe not being able to see where they're moving and cause them to fall and put them in a situation that would put them in further risk of being harmed.
And did you fire your weapon at that point?
I did not.
Why not?
I did not know for sure what the movement was that I saw. I could not confirm that it was a suspect and where those pops or gunshots came from.
So where'd you move to when you moved back?
Back to the vestibule and then to the right side if you're looking into the store.
So if we're looking at this picture, you're moving in
To the closer side of this picture, back over to this right side.
And what was the reason you moved back there?
It was just where I felt that there was still some cover and still being able to see where have some view into the store through those glass doors.
What happened next, Officer Cera?
Sitting there, I recall seeing Officer Sidell prone next to the customer service counter. Again, hearing some more pops, gunshots, unsure if they were coming from officers or from the suspect. And then shortly thereafter, Officer Sidell getting up and moving out into the vestibule with us.
And you could actually see Officer Sidell prone from where you were positioned.
Correct.
And what do you mean by prone?
Laying out on his stomach, arms just extended out in front of him with his service weapon.
What direction was he facing? In other words, what direction were his arms extended towards?
Towards the back of the store, a little bit towards the left, from where I had been looking when we entered the store.
And after Officer Sidell moved back from that position, what's the next thing you did?
At that point, we were instructed that the SWAT vehicles were arriving on scene, and that we wanted to get the vehicle that was parked in front moved, so that they would be able to maneuver their equipment. So Officer Sidell, I believe, is the one that moved the vehicle, and then myself and another officer, I don't recall exactly who, moved the individuals that had been laying in the roadway and on their ramp to another location in the parking lot.
And you recall Officer Sidell moving that car that had been on the pedestrian ramp?
Correct.
And you and another officer, whomever it may have been, moved the victims out of the way?
Yes.
What was the reason you moved the victims at that point?
again, we want to ensure that one, possibly they weren't injured, checking them, that we had that time to check them. But also again, to make sure that the SWAT vehicles would be able to maneuver how they needed to without causing any further harm to them.
And was it clear when you went over to them that they were both dead?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you move them?
Pick them up by arms and legs and then move them.
What was their condition at that point in terms of how did they look to you?
They, obviously deceased, limp.
Did you get any of their blood on your clothing?
Yes. When I got back to the police department later that night, I noticed blood on my pants that evening.
After you moved the victims that had been killed, did other individuals start to come out of the King Supers?
I don't know if it was as far as officers.
Civilians?
I don't recall right away. We had, after moving those individuals and getting that vehicle moved, we then moved back to some vehicles in the parking lot. Unsure how long we had been at those spots, but then we were advised that civilians were starting to come out of the west doors. So we coordinated meeting up and getting those individuals back to where the command post was, which was at the time around Broadway and Table Mesa.
Did you suffer any injuries at all, Officer Cera?
No, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I have nothing further for Officer Cera. Thank you very much for being here, sir. Thank you.
I have no questions for Officer Cera.
You are excused and released from your subpoena. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the people call Samuel Kilburn to the stand, please.
Good morning. Set that down and I swear you in, sir. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that in the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Good morning.
Good morning, Lordy.
Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Yeah, my first name is Samuel. My last name is Kilburn. My first name is spelled Samuel. Last name is spelled Kilburn.
If you need to get more comfortable, it looks like you're leaning forward for the mic. You can adjust the mic and the seat if that would be helpful.
Thanks.
How old are you, sir?
I'm 30 years old.
I'm going to walk you through for the jury a little bit about your background and work experience, and then transition to talk about what happened on March 22nd, 2021. Okay.
Understood.
Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Massachusetts.
And when did you move to Colorado?
I moved to Colorado 2018, early 2018 after graduating college.
Where'd you graduate from?
I went to the University of Vermont.
And what brought you to Colorado?
I had a job with City of Boulder Open Space and Mountain Parks. I was building hiking trails in the Flatirons.
What was the reason you applied for that job?
I had a background building trails in New Hampshire, in the White Mountains in New Hampshire. And I worked with someone there who had great things to say about Boulder and about open space and mountain parks.
So can you just walk the jury briefly through how you ended up getting the job with open space in the City of Boulder?
Is that the trail building job or the park ranger job?
We'll start with the trail building job.
I visited for an interview. I applied originally for a crew leader position and was given the position of assistant crew leader. And that's pretty much it. I had about 5 years of experience working for the Forest Service and for a mountain club in New Hampshire prior to applying here.
And how long did you serve in the trail building part of open space?
Just one season, which was about 8 months.
And what was the kind of work you were doing during that time?
We were building trails. We were mostly on the first, second Flatiron Trail, and we were moving heavy rocks around the Flatirons, trying to harden the trail surface to reduce impacts of erosion. We were clearing blowdowns, trees that fell down during storms in the winter months, and doing trail repair.
From there, what did you transition to?
From there, I applied for a position as a park ranger with Open Space Mountain Parks.
What prompted you? What was the reason you applied to become a park ranger?
I had met a few park rangers when I was working as a trail builder, and was moved by them. The work sounded really interesting to me. I had some background in the medical side of the work, but the law enforcement and the wildland firefighting side of the work was brand new to me, but it all sounded interesting.
What do you mean by the medical side, and what was your background in that area?
Yeah, I had worked 2 years as a ski patroller in New Hampshire, so I had some experience dealing with emergency medical situations and quick hands-on thinking on my feet. And that's a part of the park ranger job as well. We responded to all sorts of medical calls throughout the Flatirons and in the backcountry here in Boulder.
So if I'm running on Mesa Trail and I go down and I'm seriously hurt, it's the park rangers who are generally going to respond?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And what was the process for you becoming a park ranger with open space for the city of Boulder?
It was much longer than the process to becoming a part of the trail crew. It's very similar to the process of becoming a police officer here at the city. There's extensive background checks and polygraphs, several rounds of interviews. A real lengthy interview process, probably about 5 or 6 months, I would say, beginning to end.
And did you have to go to an academy?
I did, yeah. I went through the police academy. It was me, one other park ranger, and then about 24 police officer cadets.
So that leads to my next question. Are park rangers certified peace officers in the state of Colorado?
Here at the city of Boulder, we are.
And what does that actually mean on a daily basis?
Well, our job entails a lot, but as peace officers, park rangers here at the city of Boulder have the same duties and responsibilities as police officers. We carry firearms. We look very similar to police officers.
And you also have arrest powers and enforcement responsibilities?
We do.
Okay. And you mentioned that park rangers have a lot of other things they're responsible for. Can you just share with us a couple of those things?
Yeah, correct. I mentioned the medical situations earlier. We also would respond to wildland fire events. We're all certified wildland firefighters. So I would obviously respond to calls here in the city of Boulder and Boulder County, and also in the larger Western United States. We would also lead hikes for members of the public who were interested in learning about the various plants and animals that we have here at the city of Boulder on the open space mountain parks.
And did you end up graduating from the academy and becoming a park ranger?
I did.
What was work like on a daily basis for you in that role?
It was great. We would basically spend time on open space mountain parks, hiking and interacting with people, making sure rules and regulations were being followed. We have radios, same as police officers, and we're dispatched through the same 911 center at the police station. So we would respond to emergencies throughout open space and throughout the city and county of Boulder.
So how does that work? What was your relationship in terms of radio communications and then also showing up on scenes with local law enforcement agencies?
Yeah, our job was very collaborative. Some of open space and mountain parks property is within the city of Boulder, and some of it's within Boulder County. So we regularly would interact with and collaborate with Boulder police officers, Boulder County sheriff's deputies, various rescue and fire agencies within the county. So we had good rapport with a lot of our, pretty much every one of our collaborating agencies.
Can you explain what you mean by some of the open spaces in the city and some is in the county?
Sure. Yeah. The city of Boulder owns open space properties all throughout Boulder County. Some of them are even in Jefferson County. So as a park ranger, I had jurisdiction on that property, but sometimes that property was located within Boulder County. it's kind of confusing, but as park rangers, we had jurisdiction on all of it. And then we collaborated with Boulder police officers or Boulder County Sheriff's deputies, depending on where that property was located.
And would an easy way to sum it up be there are certain lines that are within city limits and then certain line and beyond that line is within county limits?
That's correct.
You mentioned it was great working as a park ranger. That's past tense.
That's correct.
When did you leave open space as a park ranger?
January 2023.
And what did you do next?
I now work as a firefighter for the city of Boulder.
What was the process for becoming a firefighter with the city of Boulder?
It was also pretty long. There was no polygraph, but the application process was also about 4 months. And then after I was hired, I went through a firefighting academy.
How long is the firefighting academy?
It's about 4 months.
Full time?
Correct.
What was the reason you left your role as a park ranger with open space?
I was interested in doing more medicine, more emergency medicine, and also learning more about the fire side of I had experience as a wildland firefighter as a ranger, and I was interested in taking a deeper dive into that.
So how long have you been now a firefighter with the city of Boulder?
A little over a year and a half.
Circling back to your time as a park ranger, were you working on March 22nd of 2021?
I was.
What hours were you working that day?
I think I was on the late shift that day, and I believe my shift was from 10 a.m. until 8 p.m.
And what do you recall about that day before getting the call about King Soopers?
I don't recall much. It wasn't an extraordinary day. Obviously it was March. I remember it was chilly. The Flatirons were speckled with snow.
Where were you when you got the call?
I had just finished fueling up my truck at the City of Boulder Yards, which is at 49th and Pearl, just east of Foothills.
Had you ever been to that King Soopers at Table Mesa before March 22nd?
I had, yes.
How so?
At the time, I lived on Tantra Drive, just half a mile east of the store. So that was where I went grocery shopping at least once a week.
And how long were you living on Tantra Drive for before the mass shooting at King Soopers?
I think about a year and a half I'd been living there.
And that was your regular supermarket?
Yeah, it was the closest one. So yeah, it was where I went.
Okay. When the call initially came over, what do you recall about that radio communication?
I recall pretty much every police officer in the city, or at least initially every police officer in the city was on the radio saying they were responding emergency, which is with lights and sirens. And then I remember a Boulder police sergeant getting on and just saying, everybody go, like stay out, clear the air, basically. Like, don't use your radio. We know everybody's going, just go.
And just to break that down a little bit, if we can, what do you mean by every police officer radioing in? How's that working?
Yeah, so often when dispatch airs a call, which is when they communicate via the radio, they communicate a call. Certain officers would say, I'll be responding from 13th and Canyon, let's say, or wherever they're located. And so in this situation, everyone recognized the severity of the call and people were eager and recognized the need to respond. And in order to create clear communication, this sergeant urged that individuals do not air that traffic on the radio. He recognized that everyone would be responding and they don't need to air that on the radio.
And what did he mean when he said everyone would be responding?
Anyone with a firearm and a ballistic vest would be responding to that call.
And is that what you did?
That is.
How long did it take you to get from where you were when you received the call to King Soopers?
I think about 5 minutes.
How'd you get there?
I drove south Foothills and then westbound on Table Mesa.
And what kind of car or vehicle were you driving that day?
I drove a white Ford F-150 that's marked with Ranger emblems and has lights on the top.
And did you initiate the lights on the way there?
Yeah, definitely.
What information was coming over the radio as you were traveling to King Soopers?
I remember the first arriving officer. Let me back up. I remember dispatch airing information as we were on our way about possible multiple shooters, possibly someone left southbound on Highway 93, that there were possible bombs in the parking lot. I remember initially arriving officers airing information about bodies in the parking lot and continuing to hear shots.
So on the way to King Soopers, you're hearing possible multiple shooters, possible that someone's already left and is heading southbound on 93, and possible bombs in the parking lot,
Correct.
and that there are victims who are down.
Correct.
So what's going through your mind as you're heading to King Soopers?
Man, a lot. You know, I'm recognizing that it's a real call, that it's actually happening. That this situation that we train for and dread is real. That people are hurt or dead, and that it's time to go to work.
When you arrived at King Soopers, where did you park your car?
Parked just south of the Chase Bank at the time. I was arriving with other officers, and we had expressed to each other concern about the bombs in the parking lot. So we intentionally did not park right in front of the store. We also didn't know where the shooter was at the time. So we parked just east of the store.
And after parking there, what'd you do?
I removed my shotgun from my truck and started running at the store.
And what was the reason you were running towards King Soopers?
I could continue to hear shots from inside the store. And that's where, you know, I assumed that help was needed.
And had you heard any police officers air anything about what was going on inside or outside the store?
Yeah, I remember Pam Gignac had aired that there were, people down inside the store, outside the store. She was the first arriving officer as far as I can recall. And I remember her relaying a lot of essential radio traffic.
And had you met Pam Gignac before that day?
Yeah, Pam was a trainer for the police department, and we trained with the police department pretty much every week. And I knew Pam well.
And did you recognize her voice over the radio?
For sure.
Okay. So what'd you do as you ran towards the King Soopers?
I charged my shotgun and communicated with another sheriff's deputy who I was running at the store with, and approached the handicap ramp at the northeast corner of the store.
And what do you mean by charged shotgun?
Yeah, charging a firearm is the process through which ammunition is placed from the magazine into the firing position. As a ranger, it was our policy that our shotgun and our rifle in our truck is uncharged. It makes it safer to drive around every day and carry around every day as we load our trucks in the morning. And charging effectively means that we're getting ready to use it.
And what's the actual process for charging a shotgun?
Yeah, charging my particular shotgun involves, it's a mechanical operation. You retract a lever on the left-hand side of the shotgun, and you can hear as a round, a shotgun shell is loaded into the firing chamber.
And you're doing that while running towards King Soopers?
Correct.
And what were you communicating to the sheriff's deputy that you just referenced?
We were communicating, we had never met, he and I, and we were communicating where we were going, what we were hearing, and what we had heard on the radio. Sheriff's deputies are traditionally on another radio channel, so I was curious if he had heard other information from me.
Can you explain what you mean by that?
Sure, yeah. As a City of Boulder employee, I was on the same radio channels as the Boulder Police Department. And as a county employee, the Boulder County Sheriff's Deputy is on a different radio channel. We, of course, work together closely, and so we have the ability to switch between radio channels. But it was my assumption that he was on his primary radio channel, which would have been the county law channel, and a different radio channel from me.
Where did the two of you go together?
We went to the northeast entrance.
court's permission, I'm going to show you what's been previously introduced into evidence or admitted into evidence, excuse me, as People's 55.
Okay.
Have you seen this picture before, sir?
I have not.
So take a minute to get oriented to it. Do you see yourself in People's 55?
I do, yeah.
Where are you in that exhibit, that picture?
Looks to me like the northeast entrance at the top of the handicap ramp of the King Supers at 3600 Table Mesa.
And who is the sheriff's deputy that you were with?
Looks like Jeff Brunkow.
And what's happening as you're hitting these doors?
I remember the handicap or the automatic doors opened, and we were trying to see into the store. And I remember it was really hard to see into the store because the glare from the windows. Yeah.
And the glare from the windows, what windows are you referring to?
Yeah, it's the windows here at the handicap entrance, and then there's windows to our left, sort of as you enter the store.
What was the reason you were trying to look through those interior windows?
No one knew where the shooter was at that time. There were 3 officers who had initially entered the store, and one of them was Eric Talley, and the 2 officers who had retreated from the store didn't know where the shooter was. And we were the second group to try and re-enter the store, and we still had no idea where he was.
And you mentioned there was a glare on the windows?
Correct.
Was that making it difficult for you to see inside the store?
It was. I remember being able to see a very limited distance into the store, like 10, 15 feet.
And just to be clear, you're trying to look through those interior windows further into the store?
That's correct.
Okay. What's the very next thing that happened?
I remember shots ringing out and being showered with glass.
When you say showered with glass, can you describe for the jury what was happening in that moment?
Yeah, we were, right up close to the windows trying to see into the store and slowly turning that corner to enter into the store. And next thing I know, my face was covered in glass, and everyone around me's face was covered in glass. I remember my face and my eyes being cut up, and I was wearing a bulletproof vest, which has a kind of a cavity at the front where it doesn't fully compress against my chest. And I remember glass getting in that cavity, so kind of cutting up my chest and my stomach.
From those interior windows that were being broken?
Correct.
And you mentioned that it was from gunfire. Could you actually hear gunfire?
Yeah.
What did you hear?
I remember it being really loud. I remember it being a lot louder than I would have anticipated.
You mentioned the glass cutting your face.
Correct.
How did you realize what was happening? I mean, what's happening in that moment?
I touched my face, and there was, blood came back on my fingers. And there were other officers around me. I remember Brun with the CU Police Department. He had glass. He had more glass in his eyes, and he was saying that he couldn't see. And so I took a peek in his eyes to see if I could see glass.
And what did you do with and for Officer Brun at that point?
Yeah, we backed down the handicap ramp to get behind solid cover, and I tried to swipe at his eyes or look in his eyes to see if there was glass in there.
And did you see cuts on his face as well?
Yeah, I did.
What happened then?
At this point, we were at the bottom of the handicap ramp, again on that northeast corner, and I peered down to the southeast corner, and I saw there was only one Boulder police officer there, and at this point there were several more at that front door, and so it occurred to me that was a point of weakness, and so I went to the back side of the store.
And who was the Boulder police officer that you could see from your corner down towards the back?
Yeah, I believe it was Officer Morris with the Boulder Police Department.
And Officer Morris, from your vantage point, was alone back there.
Correct.
And other police officers are now arriving at the front?
Correct. And when I got back to her, it was indeed, she was alone back there.
And you mentioned that you went back there to support her. What was the reason for that?
Correct. I went back there. She just had her pistol, just her sidearm. And there were multiple doors on the back side, particularly on the southeast side. There are several loading dock doors back there, and she couldn't have possibly covered all of them.
So tell the jury, what did you see happening at that moment and in the moments that followed on the back side of King Soopers?
Yeah, Officer Morris and I then worked together to remove individuals from the back of the store. It's my understanding that several individuals fled to the back of the store and to seek relative safety back there. There's a large area back there where food is stored. There's large refrigeration chambers, and several individuals had sought refuge back there. And Officer Morris and I then worked together to remove individuals from the back of the store and move them safely across the street to Moe's Bagels.
Before we talk about Moe's Bagels, how will you, when you say physically remove them, can you just walk the jury through what's actually happening at that moment?
Yeah, a lot. There was a lot of emotion going on, and people are hiding, terrified of any noises. And Officer Morris and I were trying to pretty quietly and quickly remove people from the store. Again, we still didn't really know where the shooter was.
And then you started to share this, but where were you taking the people that you were rescuing from the back of King Soopers?
Yeah, we were just trying to, as quickly as possible, get them out of the store and into a place that we assumed was safe, which was across the street to Moe's Bagels.
What happened then?
More people started to arrive at the store. Like I said, it was pretty much every police officer or armed law enforcement individual in a I don't know how big of a radius, but a big circle was coming to that location. And there was an armored vehicle at the back. There were a couple of officers at the back. I'm assuming more in the front. And things started to slow down. The chaos started to slow down.
A couple follow-up questions for you, if I may.
Yeah.
You mentioned officers coming from a certain radius. What led you to conclude that there were police officers from different agencies from within the area?
Yeah, there were people, you get used to seeing certain badges on people's arms, the Boulder Police badge on people's shoulders, or the Boulder County Sheriff's Office. But suddenly there were officers from Erie and from Arvada and Westminster, and, people that I had never seen or interacted with.
And while they're arriving, what are you doing at that point?
For a long time, I was at the back of the store on the south side, and we were covering the doors, making sure that no one came out of the doors. And the shots had obviously stopped ringing out at this point. And I remember laying in the snow for a long time, and I was just in my short sleeve uniform shirt. So I just remember being really cold. And then I remember going on to the roof of King Soopers.
Can you tell the jury what prompted you to go up to the roof, please?
Yeah, as far as I can recall, the Denver SWAT department was on the roof at the time. And there was another call for service at 17th and Walnut that was thought to be related. And the Denver SWAT team communicated with a deputy and I that they were wanting us to come to the roof so that they could respond to the 17th and Walnut call.
And just to break that down, and the jury will hear more about this later in the trial, but related to the King Soopers shooting, Denver SWAT then started to respond to 17th and Walnut.
Correct. They were needed elsewhere. And so we replaced them on the roof.
And what'd you do up on the roof of King Soopers?
I was on the roof for a few hours. We were covering a door and like in a door that led to the exterior on the south side. That was at ground level. And then there was a ladder to the roof from the interior that we were also covering.
What time approximately were you able to come down from the roof of King Soopers?
I don't recall a specific time. It was much later. Yeah.
Was it dark out?
It was not dark out.
Okay. But a few hours after you initially responded?
Correct.
Okay. Where'd you go after you got done at King Supers?
I remember wandering around the parking lot pretty aimlessly.
Objection 401, 403.
Your Honor, he's simply finishing his testimony with what he did at the end of that incident.
Overruled.
You can go on, sir.
I remember walking around the parking lot pretty aimlessly. Yeah, I was, looking back, I was pretty broken at that point. I was just looking for someone to.
I'm going to sustain it. It's unresponsive at this point.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
No questions.
All right. Thank you. You are excused and you are released from the subpoena.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, can the parties approach briefly?
Yes. All right, we're now going to recess for lunch. I'm going to remind you until the trial is completed, do not discuss with anyone by any means. With anyone, as I said, if someone does approach you and tries to discuss the case with you, you need to stop them and then let us know immediately. You must not read or listen to any news reports. Do not consult, do any research, no internet, nothing. And don't form an opinion and don't express an opinion until the case is submitted to you. All right, with that, I'm going to have you come back at 1:30. All right, thank you. May we bring the jury in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Brun and Sidell, exhibits.
I decided.
Rise for the jury, please. All right, please be seated. Good afternoon. I know it's a bit chilly in here. Thank you. We've been trying to keep it cooler, particularly when we started the process with so many people in the room. But I think we're going to keep it low. It's easier to dress up and keep warm than it is to try to cool down. So bear with us. Thank you. Your next witness.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, and thank you. The people call Michael West to the stand.
Officer West, if you'll come forward, please, and then kind of make your way to your left around the tables. Is it Officer West?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then you can just come around there and I'll swear you in before you have a seat. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but? Thank you. Please be seated.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Once you get comfortable, you could take your time to get settled. You could also move that. Yes. Can you please tell us your full name, spelling your last name for the record?
Michael West, W-E-S-T.
And as the judge already indicated, you're a police officer.
Yes.
Can you walk the jury through your background with law enforcement, please?
It was like 2003 is when I went through the police academy. Went through the part-time academy, then applied with the city of Boulder as well as Boulder County Sheriff's Office. Then got hired on with the city of Boulder Police Department back in 2004. And I've been employed with them since then.
And was your coming on with Boulder Police Department your first law enforcement position?
Yes.
Was that a second career for you?
Yes, I was a truck driver for 15 years prior to this.
And where were you working as a truck driver?
I was working for Schneider National, which is based out of Green Bay. So I spent 6 years driving over the road, and then the last 8 or so years doing local work, just driving auto parts from the GM distribution center in Denver to dealerships around the Front Range.
When did you first start living in Colorado?
In 1976.
What prompted you to go into law enforcement after your trucking career?
Wages had stagnated at my position as a truck driver, and I didn't want to go driving the trucks over the road again. So I had been volunteering with the Boulder Emergency Squad, which is a all-volunteer rescue group that handles pretty much the south half of Boulder County. I've been doing that for a couple of years when a friend I had made on that emergency squad, who is currently a detective at the Boulder Police Department, told me that, hey, the department's down 20 officers at the time. So I turned to my wife and said, I should go be a cop. She said, well, I'd rather you be a cop than a firefighter. I was like, okay. So I knew I needed to have a career change. So I
started about the process of figuring out what do I need to do, what schooling, what not I need to do to become a police officer, and here I am.
And can you walk us through your experience with the Boulder Police Department, please?
Yeah, I mean, when I first got hired, I had already been through the academy. So I did an abbreviated mini academy since I was already familiar with Boulder and I was running behind. So they had hired a bunch of officers at the beginning of the year. I was a mid-year hire. So they were going through FTO process. So they ran me through a short mini academy to kind of catch up with them. So I was going through FTO pretty much the same time as them. Get done with FTO, then I was on my own at the end of 2004, working patrol, worked nights for a few years, was assigned to the Hill for 6 months, and then back to nights. And then I went to day shift starting in, I want to say 2008 or 2009. Then in 2012, I was assigned to, I made it as a school resource officer. I was assigned to Boulder High School for 5 years. Once I was done with that, they only let you stay in that position for 5 years. I went back to patrol and been working day shift from 2017 through current.
Just a couple of follow-up questions for you, if I may.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned FTO, is that Field Training Officer?
Yes, the department no longer uses the FTO model. I was the last person. They changed over to using what's called a PTO or Police Training Officer model. I think the department is discussing changing back coming up, but yeah, that's why I refer to it as FTO and others may have referred to it as PTO.
And then you mentioned serving as a school resource officer. Was that for 5 years, you said?
Yes, from 2012 through 2016.
And you touched on this, but is that a rotation where at the end of 5 years, you move back to patrol?
Yes.
What was your role as a school resource officer at Boulder High School?
Basically the law enforcement representative there. So if something that came up at the school, handling whatever law enforcement action needed to occur in the school, getting to know the kids and the families. Honestly, I'd say it's the best gig at the department. Unfortunately, our police department doesn't have that spot anymore because Boulder Valley School District doesn't want SROs and what police officers in their schools currently.
Okay. So you served in that position for 5 years and then back to patrol.
Correct.
Okay. Were you working on patrol on March 22nd of 2021?
Yes.
What hours or what shift were you working on that day?
I was working the day shift, which is 6 a.m. to 4 p.m.
And prior to getting the call to go to King Soopers at Table Mesa, what was the day like?
Unremarkable. I don't recall anything specific about the day other than I went to Deli Zone up on Valmont for lunch.
Around what time was that?
I usually try to go to lunch during the 11 o'clock hour because it's a little less busy and our shifts usually get busier in the afternoon. So I try to make sure I'm available for, the busyness that comes later in the afternoon. So without a precise time, I know it had been somewhere around 11 o'clock, I think.
And later that afternoon, it became obviously very busy.
Yes.
Do you recall getting a radio communication at around 2:30 p.m. to go to King Soopers at Table Mesa?
Yes.
Had you ever been to that King Soopers before?
Many, many, many times.
And why is that?
Because as I said before, I moved to Boulder in 1976 right before I turned 8 years old. We lived down in South Boulder, so that was our local King Soopers as a kid. I went down there, I don't know, countless times over the years.
Where were you when you got the call of the shooting at King Soopers?
I had just turned onto 26th Street going southbound off of Pearl Street. And they said, stand by tones. I did the quick math in my head and knew that whatever it was, that I was probably going to be dispatched to it because I had an idea that everybody else was busy and I knew that I was an available unit. So
what do you mean everyone else was busy? What was going on at that moment in time?
I don't remember specifically. I remember, I think Officer Morris was down on something on Tantra off of Table Mesa and Tantra area, down off of West Bullhead Circle or somewhere in that area. I remember Officer Capobianco had been dispatched to what I recall was a medical call somewhere down near Fairview, I think it was. So I was knew that other officers were busy doing other things, and I was one of the available officers, so I assumed that when the tones come out, when they dispatch somebody, I will be going to whatever it is.
And what was communicated via radio after the tones?
That there was an active shooter. They dispatched, I believe they sent Officer Capobianco first, and I forget what his radio number was at the time. He's since promoted. And 235 respond to King Supers for an active shooter.
What'd you do upon hearing that radio communication of an active shooter at King Supers?
Activated my lights and sirens, proceeded down 26th Street to Canyon, turned left, jumped over to 28th Street, went south. But then as I approached baseline, I had to make the decision of what's going to be the faster route. Either continue down 36 and come back up Table Mesa, or fight through the traffic going over to get through baseline and Broadway and going down that way. I chose to go down US 36, and as fate would have it, the road was nice and wide open. I had no traffic to deal with. Went down Table Mesa and then ran back up towards King Supers from that direction.
When you arrived at King Supers, what was the first thing you noticed?
I don't recall the first thing I noticed. I remember that there was information, the dispatch was giving updates that, you know, the possible reports that the shooter had left the building and was headed eastbound. So when I came up to Table Mesa and Broadway, I turned south on Broadway and made that turn in that first driveway there, just in case the suspect was headed that direction at that time.
So you turned south onto Broadway?
Correct.
And then where do you turn?
That first driveway, and parked my car right where there used to be a gas station right there at that corner. At the time, it was just a vacant building. But I parked there and then went on foot up to the store.
What'd you do as soon as you got out of your police vehicle?
Approached, because as I was driving up Table Mesa, I had already grabbed my patrol rifle from the rack and placed it between my legs so that I wouldn't have to take any extra time. Once I got to the place, I opened the door, exited the vehicle, put the rifle over my, slung the rifle around my neck, and proceeded up to the store.
So what you just described about getting the rifle out of the rack, you were doing that while you were driving there?
Yes.
What was the reason you did it on the way there?
Again, that way it was more readily accessible. When I got there, I immediately needed to face some sort of threat. I didn't have to then take the time to fiddle with trying to get the rifle out while my vehicle's parked in a potential danger zone.
How was the rifle in the car kept? In other words, what's the status of its ability to fire when it's sitting in the rack of your car on that day?
So we have a locked rack that's between the driver's seat and the passenger seat. Has two spots. One, we keep our full shotguns in there. And officers that choose to carry rifles have another spot there they can carry a rifle. So the rifle's in there, barrel pointed up. It's in what's called a cruiser ready position, which means it has a magazine in the well seated already, but there's no round in the chamber. And then the magazines or the weapon is on safe. And we do that because the way the rifle sits in the holder, the trigger is exposed. So we don't want to take a chance on the safety accidentally getting switched off with a round in the chamber and something hitting the trigger. Then now you got a hole in your car, and who knows what else that bullet's going to hit when it comes back down.
So your rifle's in cruiser ready mode as you're heading towards King Supers.
Correct.
And as you're heading there, are you getting radio communication from officers on scene, including Officer Pam Gignac?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that, please?
Well, I recall listening because I had heard other officers arrive prior to me getting there because I was coming for a ways away. And as I mentioned, I knew other officers were further south. Or like I said, Officer Morris was down Table Mesa and Tantra area. So I heard Officer Gignac say that they were taking fire, and they were basically in a gun battle at that time.
And when you got out of your car, approximately how far were you from King Supers?
Rough guess, maybe 50 yards. I don't know how far it is from pulling in off of Broadway to across the parking lot to the store.
Where were you in relation to Chase Bank?
pretty close by to it. So as you turn off of Broadway into that parking lot, you have the building immediately to your right. That used to be the gas station. The next building to the south, to the west of that is where the Chase Bank is. So I was still beyond the Chase Bank and relative, to King Soopers.
Where'd you go after you left your car?
I headed straight towards King Soopers because I didn't see anybody with a gun appearing to be a threat or shooting anybody as I approached. I saw people in the parking lot. I knew other sirens were coming. I see other patrol cars now up by the store. So I was just telling people, get out of here, leave. There's an active shooter at King Soopers. And then I jogged up to the store.
And specifically, where do you jog up to?
It would have been the northwest door. So you got the front of the building, which faced north. And I was on, the east entrance.
You mentioned there were other officers there.
Yes.
And who'd you encounter when you got to that location?
I'll probably forget some, but I know when I got up there, Officer Pleaded was there, Capobianco was there, Gignac was there, Officer Cera was there, Officer DJ Smith was there with a trainee, Officer Schmitz. I don't remember who all else. Those are the names that I can remember that were there when I got there.
What'd you do at that point?
Prepared to go in and confront the suspect that we believed was still in the building at that time. So when everybody gathered up and they said they need a rifle at the front, Officer Capobianco reacted faster than me. He moved back up to the front of the stack. I took up a position somewhere in the mix of everybody moving into the building, and then we proceeded to enter the building to confront the threat.
And what'd you see or hear as you entered the store initially?
As we entered the store, I could see people laying on the ground that appeared to be gravely injured. I assumed at that point that they were probably dead since none of the officers were attempting to render any sort of aid to them.
And did you see anybody moving who was on the ground?
No.
Okay. And where specifically did you see people down?
I recall as I walked up to that vestibule there, I think most of the other officers were on the other side. And because I came up from the east, the others had come up kind of from the central driveway, I believe. But I saw as I entered the vestibule, I remember seeing somebody laying on the ground on the ramp or right there at the entrance of the vestibule. And then once we made entry, I saw another person laying on the ground just to our right, about 10 feet in, over towards the self-checkout area.
What's the very next thing that happened, Officer West?
We started to make entry, and then almost immediately we started receiving gunfire. At that point, I didn't know where the gunfire was. Everybody kind of scattered and tried to find a place of cover. And I'm saying verbally out loud to everybody, where did that come from? Where did that come from? So that I can focus and figure out where's the threat? Where do I need to address? Everybody kind of scattered and took a position to cover.
And when you say receiving gunfire, you mean someone was shooting at you?
Yes.
And where did you move physically after you were being fired upon?
I backed up and to my left because I knew I would just step inside an entryway. And I recall bumping into the door because they had the sliding door just in the vestibule, bumping into that. And I believe I knocked it off its thing so it opened up further to try and get to a spot where I had some cover and I could still see into the store.
And at some point, was the glass from the door being shattered by the gunfire?
Yes.
Okay.
I could hear the glass breaking. I don't recall any of it landing on me because, like I said, we had stepped inside the building when we were taking the gunfire.
Okay. Your Honor, can I approach the witness?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as People's 58 for identification. What's depicted in that photograph, Officer West?
Well, that is the vestibule that I'm referring to, which is the northeast vestibule of the, west. Let's think about the orientation there. East side, yeah, northeast vestibule, where I came up in, and it appears to be me standing at the doorway looking in.
Okay. And does that photo fairly and accurately depict some of what you've described here?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, people move People's 58 into evidence, please.
No objection.
Admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
And where are you in this photograph, People's 58, Officer West?
I am the one that's marked as west, the bald head crouched over looking to the left of the picture.
Okay. And just to get us oriented, you pointed out these are the northeast doors of King Soopers.
Correct. So the north side of the building, east entrance, because they had two entrances there.
After you moved back, and we could take down the screen, thank you. After you had moved back, were you still trying to ascertain or figure out where the shooter was located?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that, please?
Yeah, we had just taken a round of gunfire and I wanted to know where the person was because there's still a threat, obviously still shooting at us. The only way to make that stop is to confront the person one way or the other. Yeah,
Bless you.
looking around, observing, seeing what sort of stimulus is around, asking other officers if they had seen anything to indicate which direction we needed to focus.
And at that point, did the shooter step into view?
Yeah, at that point, I observed, so from that vantage point you saw in the picture, I was able to look directly down one of the aisles. And at the back of the store, right down that aisle, I saw a person step out into view facing us. At the same time, we started taking a second round of gunfire.
So as you started taking that second round of gunfire from that person at the end of the aisle, what'd you do?
I aimed my rifle at them and pulled the trigger, and unfortunately, it did not go bang. So I had a malfunction. So I did as I was trained, started with a tap rack to get the weapon back into functionality and put another round in the chamber. When that was done, I come back up to try and ascertain the target, and the person was gone.
Can I ask you a couple follow-up questions about
Yes.
that? So you actually go to pull the trigger,
Yes, I actually pulled the trigger. I actually pulled the trigger.
and what happened?
The gun did not go bang.
So you explained it as someone who's very familiar with firearms, obviously, but can you just slow it down for the jury and explain what you did to try to get the gun to function at that point?
Well, at that point, my brain says that I'd forgotten the step. As I described before, it's in cruiser ready. There's no round in the chamber. So at that point, my brain is like, oh crap, I forgot to put a round in the chamber. So the first step in fixing a malfunction of that where it doesn't go bang is to tap to basically make sure the magazine is seated in the magazine well, and then run the slide, which is the tap rack. You run the slide, which should pick up the next round off the magazine and put it into the chamber.
And then you said you brought it back up. What do you mean by that?
Came back up so I can look through the sights down where the target had been. But at that point, like I said, the target was gone. And I did not know where they had gone. Nobody could tell me which direction the person had gone.
And when you say target, you mean the person who had just then fired a second round of gunfire at you?
Yes.
What was Officer Pleiter doing during this time?
At that particular moment, I don't know, because I recall when I saw the person and I was trying to engage them, I remember Officer Sidell had taken a prone position in front of me. So basically, I was looking down the thing, trying to shoot over the top of him. And I don't know at that particular moment where everybody else was.
Right, I'm sorry, I should have been more specific. After you cleared your gun and came back up and the shooter had moved again, did you have a conversation with Officer Pleiter?
Yeah, at one point after that, took assessment of where people were and realized that Officer Pleiter was still standing right in the middle of that entryway. That is referred to in law enforcement as the fatal funnel. You don't ever want to remain right in the middle of the doorway because it is an area of high vulnerability to where if you're facing a threat inside the building, they know that you have to come through a doorway, so don't linger there. He was holding on to a ballistic shield at the time, but the intelligence that we'd received is that the threat, the person that was inside shooting, had a rifle with him. So I told Officer Pleiter, looked right at him and said, don't remain there because the person has a rifle and you're holding on to a ballistic shield that's not rated against rifles. It's meant to stop handgun rounds, but a rifle round, my understanding, will go through it.
So you encouraged him to move back?
Yes, I told him to move out of there. Don't remain right in the middle of the doorway. I didn't direct him to a place, just not right there because in my mind, he was extremely vulnerable in that spot.
And as you're taking the first and then the second round of gunfire, what's going through your mind about your own safety?
Just try and remain in a position of cover so I'm, as safe as I can be, but I need to address the threat. I need to figure out where this person is. And unfortunately, nobody could tell me where he was. But then everybody else had backed out. We realized that Officer Sidell was in a vulnerable spot still inside the store. So I and a couple other people, I don't remember who all was right there at that point, had Officer Sidell back out of the store. And then I remained at the doorway while everybody else took up positions elsewhere.
And what were you doing at the doorway at that point?
Continuing to observe in the building, looking for any signs of stimulus, any movement of any sort. For a direction to go.
At some point, did you realize there was a police officer down inside of King Soopers?
Yeah, and I don't remember the sequence, but at some point when we had moved in, and it may have been the first time, in addition to the two people that I saw laying on the ground that I had already described, further in, so as you walk through the vestibule, and we made entry, there was the service counter on my left, self-checkout on the right. There was also a rack of some sort between those two. And I could see just beyond that, there was an officer on the ground. I didn't know what officer was. And so I had inquired at one point, again, I don't remember the exact sequence and all this, as to who it was. They said, I was told it was Officer Talley. But the way his body positioning was, I have no independent recollection of verifying or seeing his face or knowing that it was him, other than people told me that's who it was.
Could you see any blood?
Yeah, there was a pool of blood around his torso head area.
Did you, after the entire incident took place, so after the incident took place and it's done, did you have the opportunity to walk back up at any point and see the windows in the vestibule area?
Yeah, after the FBI and whoever else, the DA's office, city police department, whatever other agencies were processing the scene, they allowed those of us that were involved in the incident to go back and do a walkthrough of it. And at that point, I put myself in a position to where I was.
Non-responsive, 401, 403.
Your Honor, I can ask another question. That'd be helpful.
Sustained.
Sure. Thank you. So I just need to ask you another question, and then you can go on. So you did the walkthrough and you were able to see the damage in the store?
Yes.
What did you observe about the damage to the glass in relation to where you and the other officers had been standing?
Well, I noticed that on maybe the north side of the vestibule, there were several holes in the window from what appeared to have been a bullet going through it. And looking at where that hole was in relation to where I had seen the suspect at the end of the aisle, I don't know how I wasn't hit, or somebody else in our group that went in was not additionally hit.
Officer West, I don't have any other questions for you at this time. Thank you very much for being here.
You're welcome.
I have no questions for Officer West.
Officer, you may be excused and you are released from the subpoena.
Your Honor, the people call up Brandon Brun to the stand.
Good afternoon, officer. If you'll make your way forward and then go to your left and just wind your way around to this stand over here. I'll swear you in before you have a seat. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please be seated.
Good morning. Sorry. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Brun, Braun.
And sir, how are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant with the University of Colorado Boulder Police Department.
Okay. I'm going to ask you some questions about your professional experience in law enforcement. Before I get to that, where'd you grow up?
Here in Colorado.
And at some point, did you seek to become a police officer? Yes. Can you tell the jury about that, please?
Yes, when I was about 20 years old, I decided to become a police officer. I was very interested in just engaging with the community and found myself in a really good position to where I could apply for a police academy, put myself through the academy and applied to 2 different agencies and was chosen to work here at the University of Colorado Boulder Police Department.
And when did you start with the University of Colorado Boulder Police Department?
In about 2018.
And you're still working with them?
Correct.
Okay. And for the jurors who may not know, can you tell us a little bit about the University of Colorado Police Department, please?
Yes, the University Colorado Police, my apologies, the University of Colorado Boulder Police Department is a full police department. It has jurisdiction in all of the city of Boulder. So we, like Boulder, respond to a lot of calls in and around the area. However, our primary focus is going to be university safety and responding to calls on campus.
Okay. Can I ask you a few questions about that?
Yes.
Because you're the first witness we've had from and the only witness who's going to be testifying from the University of Colorado Boulder Police Department. Does each one of the University of Colorado campuses have a police department?
Yes.
And what are your duties and responsibilities on a regular basis as a member of the CU Boulder Police Department?
Well, we're a 24-hour service, so we patrol the areas of campus, in and around campus, as well as we have a detectives division, investigations, as well as a full command staff to where we do normal things such as community engagement, normal things such as patrol, and as well as conduct large investigations.
So in all ways, the exact same as a police department that you'd see in a city, for example.
Correct.
And do you have a police chief for the CU Boulder Police Department?
We do.
And what kind of calls do you usually, just what's an average day or night like at CU Boulder?
Just as I imagine any agency, it ranges based on, day of the week. A Monday is going to be very different than a Saturday. Very normal calls could be something as small as medical procedures of someone overly intoxicated or going through a mental health crisis, to something as large as a critical incident.
On or near campus?
Correct.
Okay. And you said Mondays are different than Saturdays?
Right.
I think we might assume what you're talking about, but why are Mondays different than Saturdays on campus?
Given the large population in the city of Boulder is going to be student population. Typically, students go to bed earlier on Mondays, as well as the residents around campus for work weeks, anything like that, versus Saturdays, knowing the majority do not have classes or work that following day.
What kind of working relationship or arrangement do you have with the other police agencies in Boulder County, starting with, for example, the City of Boulder Police Department?
Yes, we work very closely with the City of Boulder Police Department. Like I said, we respond to various calls if and around campus, if we see fit, as well as we partner with them, other agencies such as the Boulder County Sheriff's Office and multiple other agencies for larger events such as football games or other large sporting events or anything such as that.
How do the radios work? In other words, if someone has Boulder Police Department responding to their house for an incident and the Boulder police officers making a call over the radio, how does the radio system between CU Boulder PD and Boulder PD interact?
Yes, so we have our own dispatch center. However, we are capable of scanning their
radio traffic. So what many of my officers will do, including myself, is we will listen to our channel primarily. So once our channel begins speaking, our dispatchers or any of our officers begin speaking, it airs it clearly over any other traffic that comes in. However, if there's nothing going on my channel, then if the city of Boulder has radio traffic on their channel, it will then air through the same radio.
And you mentioned you're now a sergeant.
Correct.
When did you become a sergeant?
February of 2023, or I believe.
Okay. And what are your duties and responsibilities as a sergeant with the CU Police Department?
So now on a greater scale, I just manage scenes. I manage my officers as we respond to calls. It is I hold a higher level of liability of just understanding when and how we should respond to calls, when and how we should respond to agencies surrounding us, and when to contact extra resources as well.
And back in March of 2021, you were a police officer with the University of Colorado Boulder Police Department?
Correct.
And we're going to start to talk about the incident that took place on March 22nd at King Soopers.
Okay.
Had you ever been to that King Soopers before March 22nd?
I had not.
And at around 2:25 p.m., 2:30 p.m. that day, March 22nd, did you receive a radio communication about the shooting that was going on at King Soopers?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury about that, please?
Yes. So around that time of about 2:25 that day, while on patrol in the area of 35th in Colorado, I heard a tone go off. When a tone sounds, typically it could be anything from a menacing that has occurred or as something as serious as active harmers. So when that tone went off, several officers were then dispatched, which is very uncommon for how tones come through the radio. Once that tone sounded, I alerted my dispatch and let them know that I copied the tone and would be responding to the call.
Couple follow-up questions for you, if I may.
Yes.
So the tone is actually, the tone is actually like a beep, like a sound to get your attention.
Yes.
Okay. What information did you hear from dispatch initially about the shooting at King Soopers?
There was information about shots fired, and it was called in by multiple reporting parties into the dispatch center. Again, which when tones come out, we look for reliable information, things such as that. But when you get multiple calls, it helps confirm what you're hearing and what is going on.
What do you mean by that? What's the impact of multiple calls about a similar or the same incident as opposed to one call?
So when you receive a call and there's only one reporting party, you take that still as credible and you respond to that as necessary. However, when you receive multiple calls that confirm the same story from parties that at the time you believe to be unrelated, it just helps us understand better that it helps us better understand the reality of the situation and all of what we are responding to, that it is more than likely occurring.
And you mentioned just a moment ago that you were at 35th in Colorado when the radio communication went out?
Correct.
What did you do at that moment?
I advised my dispatch that I would be responding emergent. I initiated my lights and I began responding to the King Soopers.
Do you recall how you got there?
Yes. So I ended up heading eastbound, and then I traveled down foothills southbound, and then took Table Mesa all the way down to the King Soopers off Broadway.
And while driving there, did you continue to get additional information about what was happening at King Soopers?
Yeah, I received a lot of different information. However, at the time, I was still, as I described earlier, there were traffic coming through on my radio side as well as the Boulder Police Department radio traffic. So I was able to hear pretty much both sides. However, they kind of would walk on each other, as we would call it, just so it was very hard to understand. The various information I was getting was that at the time there was anywhere between 1 and 3 gunmen in King Soopers, and then at a time I learned that one of the gunmen were wearing dark clothing and was traveling towards Broadway from King Soopers.
So 1 to 3 gunmen, and then hearing that one was possibly moving towards Broadway,
Correct.
and multiple 911 callers.
Correct.
You mentioned listening to both radio channels.
Yes.
How were you doing that?
Again, when I just leave my radio on scan, it will allow my traffic to then air over the traffic of the Boulder Police Department. So though the Boulder Police Department had consistent traffic, the minute my dispatch decides to begin talking, it will mute or stop the city of Boulder and begin their traffic. So I would only hear maybe a sentence or two, and then my traffic, my dispatch traffic would then take over the call.
And you mentioned walking on one another. Is that what it sounds like, where they're overlapping with what they're saying?
Yes.
Okay. But you arrive at King Soopers knowing that there's between 1 to 3 active shooters and someone might be moving to Broadway.
Correct.
So where did you go upon arriving in that area?
About a block east of King Soopers, I parked in the nearest parking lot off Broadway. I did so just so if the shooter is moving towards Broadway, I would be able to intercept them and stop the threat.
So what'd you do then?
I exited my vehicle, I grabbed my rifle, and I began moving towards King Soopers, thinking again I would intercept that individual or individuals in the parking lot.
And where specifically had you parked?
Just south of Table Mesa and just about a block east of King Soopers, right off of Broadway in the parking lot.
Okay. And how were you moving towards King Soopers then?
I was moving on foot and I was running.
Carrying your rifle?
Yes.
And what'd you see as you were heading towards King Soopers?
I saw various officers beginning to line up outside of the King Soopers' most eastern door, as well as I saw a lot of people in public kind of just observing and looking very confused and wondering what is going on. I began yelling at people as I was running in, telling them to get inside, to take cover. And then, as I said, I noticed several officers beginning to line up on that eastern door and chose to line up with those officers.
And just backing up a step, where had you gotten the rifle from?
My patrol vehicle.
Okay. And where do you keep the rifle in your patrol vehicle?
I keep it in it is secured in a rack in my patrol vehicle.
Okay. Did you try to get anything out of the trunk at all?
I did. So I initially, upon my arrival, I began running to the back of my car. I tried getting my ballistic vest. It's a rifle rated vest to put over my gear. So that way, some of the information I received earlier is that the shooter was armed with a rifle. So I went for more cover. And however, I had just switched my vehicle that day. My vehicle was down, so I had to take a different person's vehicle. I could not get into the trunk the same way I'm used to in practicing getting into my personal patrol vehicle at that time. So I was unable to open the trunk right away. And due to the circumstances, I did not want to waste any further time. So I immediately grabbed my rifle and began running.
So when you said you were going for the rifle rated vest, what does it mean to be rifle rated?
It means it would be able to take the impact of a rifle, such as a .223 or something similar.
And by .223, you mean caliber bullet?
Yes.
Okay. And you were taking that because you had reason to believe there was gunfire from a rifle or rifles within King Soopers.
Correct.
And just to break down what you mean about the cars, is it fair to say you would generally drive the same police vehicle every day?
Yes.
So when you say your personal patrol vehicle, it's not like your Honda Acura that you're taking. You have just your car at CUPD that you use.
Correct. For a certain amount of time, we are assigned a vehicle. So we build a comfortability with that vehicle so we can respond accordingly. If you're constantly switching vehicles with different equipment based on the year or the certain equipment that is in each individual vehicle, it'll be different. So we tend to use the same vehicle every single shift.
But in this day, you were using a different one.
Correct.
After being unable to get the trunk open and being unable to put on your armored vest, you went towards King Soopers.
Yes.
And you mentioned other officers gathering up there. Can you tell the jury more about what you saw as you headed towards King Soopers?
Yes, I saw several officers beginning to line up on that east side in the front of the building towards that vestibule, the most eastern vestibule. It obviously appeared to be from my training, a contact team, meaning the team that we are going to collect officers and begin entry into that building to stop an act of harm.
So what'd you do?
So I lined up with those officers, and then we all began moving forward together as we moved towards the vestibule and entered the building.
Had you met many of them before that day?
No.
So you start moving into the vestibule area of King Soopers?
Yes.
Can you just walk the jury through what happens next, please?
Yes. So as I begin moving into the vestibule of King Soopers, there is no active stimulus at the time, meaning I do not hear anyone firing. I do not hear anyone screaming for help. I do not hear anything that would cause us to immediately begin taking action in the sense of firing a weapon or anything like that. However, we are still entering the building. I hear somebody on my right side. I don't know which officer or who said it. An officer on my right said, "Watch left." Very shortly after I hear that, I begin turning left to enter the building and begin under fire.
And by under fire, you mean shots fired at you?
Yes.
Did you hear the gunfire?
I did. I heard what I believe is about 2 rounds, and I believe the second round went just by me to the point where it shattered the glass in front of me. The glass then got into my face and in my eyes and mouth. I was unable to see. I could not hear out of my left ear at the time, and I just ended up having to backtrack because just due to the fact that I could not see or hear and couldn't really figure out what was going on.
Can I approach the witness?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been previously marked as people's 57 for identification. Do you recognize what that's a photograph of, Officer Brun?
Yes, I do.
And what's depicted in that photograph?
That is the glass breaking just in front of me as the shot was fired towards me.
Does that photo fairly and accurately depict what you've been describing for the jury up to this point?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people move people's 57 into evidence, please.
No objection.
Permission.
Submitted.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
So I see you recognizing that it came up on the screen to your left, Officer Braun. It's also on the screen behind you. Do you mind just turning around and walking the jury through what we're seeing in this photograph, which is people's 57?
Yes. So as I said, the doors are directly actually going to be behind me of where I made entry with the officers that, again, we are moving into the store. The glass right up here on the left is the glass that had just shattered as the round came through near me. It did end up impacting my face as well as my eyes and mouth. And yes, so again, as we're moving in, that is everything as I described previously.
Can we see another officer in that picture?
Yes.
Where is the other officer in the picture?
He is about halfway into the entry of the vestibule and the store.
And do you now know that to be Officer West of the Boulder Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. And is this picture capturing the moment at which you're stepping back and the glasses hit you in the face area?
Yes.
Okay. And you started to talk about the impact to your hearing, that your ears are ringing, and what was the impact to your face?
I noticed that not immediately because I couldn't see. I did notice shortly after, as I began falling back, that I had blood on my face, and I was unsure if I had been shot at the time.
What was going through your mind at that point?
I believed I had been shot in the face. I couldn't hear or see, so I had believed that I had been shot.
I'm going to go to people's 58. which is in evidence, and that'll be on the screen now as well. Is this a different view of roughly the same moment in time?
Yes.
And what do we see in this picture, Officer Brun?
It displays the glass breaking and again, me taking the impact of that glass and beginning to move backwards.
And what was the reason you were moving backwards after believing you'd been shot in the face?
Safety at that point. I needed help and I couldn't see or hear, and I wasn't any help to anyone else at that point carrying a rifle without being able to see or hear.
Can you tell the jurors what happened next, please?
Yes, I heard officers were down where I entered, so I exited again where I believed, or where I did enter the vestibule. I ran down the side of the building to officers and asked them if I had been shot and asked them what was kind of going on. I could still hear out of my right ear. And they let me know it was just, at the time, that what they believed is they thought it was just bullet shrapnels in my face. So I began kind of spitting up glass. I opened my eyes. It was blurry, but I was able to somewhat kind of see. These officers announced that no one was covering the back door. And so we obviously at that time were afraid of a suspect escaping or anything like that. We began then sprinting down the back of the down the side of the building to the back where we took cover on that door. During that time, I did hear continuous shots continue to be fired, and I was not sure where they were coming from.
All right, I'm just going to back you up for a minute, okay? What the officers do to check you and to confirm that you actually had not been shot?
Initially, I had just had them look at my face because we needed to move fast. Once we got into a position to where we can hold that door and I had more officers on scene, I had an officer take my place and I unsecured my vest on the side of the building so I could be pat down. At the time, I had an outer carrier that I could open up and an officer can stick his hands underneath to see if he pulled his hands out, if there was blood or anything, then he could tell if I had been shot.
And did the other officer do that and pat you down?
Yes.
And then you mentioned you started to race to the back of the store?
Yes.
Okay. Which way did you go to get to the back of the store?
I ran down the eastern side of the building on the sidewalk.
And where was it, or excuse me, where were you when you started to hear additional shots from inside King Soopers?
I had just gotten, I would estimate just after I left or just as I began running down the side.
And where'd you go then?
I went to that back exit and held that door while I continued to try to put myself back in a condition to where I can effectively help.
You said you held the door. Can you explain to the jury what you mean when you say you held the door?
Yes. At the time, it was just, I don't know how many officers, but I knew once I got down there, we needed to secure that door. So I pointed my rifle in a high manner at that door. So that way, if anyone were to exit that I believed to be a suspect or anyone who was armed, I would be able to engage the threat.
And law enforcement terminology, holding the door means you're holding it with your gun pointed at it.
Correct.
Okay. At some point soon thereafter, did you help get people out of the back of that King Soopers?
I did.
Can you walk the jury through that, please?
Yes. So as the situation continued to evolve and the suspect had been taken into custody, teams were moving throughout the building to help anyone else get out of that building. As they got out, I understood that I was one of the few people that, again, had that scanning ability with the Boulder City Police Department. So I assisted heavily just because I could hear the radio traffic and helping people get moved from the King Supers into a nearby building where we could first and foremost pat them down to assure, because again, at the time we weren't sure who or how many shooters there were. Pat them down for weapons, make sure they're checked for injuries, and then get them into a safe location to where we can put officers in and at the door to keep them safe.
And physically, where were you located when you were doing all that?
We moved them initially to a nearby, I don't know the name of it, a nearby, I believe, pizza shop right behind, just to the southeast of the location. And then as we continued to gather more people, the decision was made, we're going to move them further down to now the north and further east. I believe that place is called Under the Sun, or it was one of the buildings adjacent to it. And we, again, had everyone put into there as we can get transportation, so we can get everyone then put on a bus and transported back to the Boulder Police Department to be interviewed.
Approximately how many people did you help evacuate out the back of King Supers?
I believe it was around 30.
And how would you describe their emotional state and demeanor during that time?
They were very distraught and very fearful and unsettled.
And you mentioned you were initially bringing them over to the pizza place.
Yes.
And you were patting them down. Can you explain more to the jury what you were doing?
Yes. So we assigned officers to pat each individual that was coming out of that store down to assure they did not have any weapons on them, whether it be knives, firearms, any other kinds. At that point, we needed to assure everyone was safe. And if we were not going to put several individuals into a building where we know a weapon was possibly used in this crime, especially during the time we were unsure how many active harmers there were.
And what was the reason you then moved them further away to, I believe you said, Under the Sun?
We believed it just to be a larger and safer area for the individuals to be, and just to be away from that scene.
What'd you do after all of that was addressed?
I then found one of my commanders who was helping with the transportation of all the witnesses and those that were inside of King Supers. I found him. I informed him of where we were keeping all these witnesses and what was going on. So I then worked with him. We got buses brought around just to the south, and we began loading the buses full of individuals. We sent them to Boulder Police Department, and then I was advised to respond to the Boulder Police Department as well for interview.
What impact, if any, did all this have on you, Sergeant Brun?
It's affected me tremendously in every aspect of my life and my family's life.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled.
You can go on, Officer Brun, Sergeant Brun.
Let me limit that to him.
Sure.
Yeah.
So what that means, Sergeant, is you can testify, you could share with the jury the impact it had on you, but not other members of your family or other people in your life.
Understood. It has affected the way I have responded to things. It has affected my mental health in a lot of ways that I needed to work on, and it made it a difficult decision as well for me to continue to do the job I love to do.
And do you have family supporting you here today?
I do.
Okay. I have no further questions for you. I appreciate you being here.
No cross-examination.
All right, thank you. You are excused and you're released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Richard Sidell to the stand.
If you want to retrieve that exhibit.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Good afternoon, officer. If you'll make your way up here and move to your left there, wind your way to the witness stand. I'll swear you in before you have a seat. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Please be seated and feel free to adjust that microphone. Got some water there if you need as well.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Pull that microphone closer if that would be easier for you. Can you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the record?
Richard Sidell, last name spelled Steiddell.
And you're currently a police officer with the Boulder Police Department?
Yes,
When did you join the Boulder Police Department?
June of 2019.
I'm going to ask you to back us up a little bit further and just walk the jury in your own words through your life and career experience before you joined the Boulder Police Department.
Prior to June of 2019, I served 11 years in the U.S. Coast Guard,
What were your duties with the U.S. Coast Guard?
maritime law enforcement, and search and rescue.
So search and rescue, I think people can gather what you're referring to, but what is maritime law enforcement?
Basically enforcing laws on the high seas where U.S. Has jurisdiction, boarding vessels, conducting vessel stops, people coming across the border, similar stuff like that.
And you served 11 years with the U.S. Coast Guard?
Correct.
So what was an average day, if that's the right word for it? What was a normal day for you with the U.S. Coast Guard?
A normal day would be just like any police or fire station. We pretty much operated like both. We responded to vessels in distress or any type of law enforcement cases on the water. We were the response, especially in areas that don't have coverage by cities or states. So.
And when did you join the Boulder Police Department?
June of 2019.
What prompted you to make the transition to the Boulder Police Department?
I feel like I did everything I needed to do on the Coast Guard. I felt fulfilled, and I was just looking for a change.
What was the process for you to join the Boulder Police Department?
The process was like any other job. You filled out a application online, and then they have their process. You attach a resume, whatnot, and you come in for multiple interviews. You come in for a voice stress analysis, which is like a kind of like a polygraph exam, medical fitness test.
And were you already certified to be a police officer in the state of Colorado?
I was not.
So after being hired by the Boulder Police Department, did you go through the regional academy?
I did, yes.
And was that a full-time academy for you?
That was a full-time academy, yes.
How long were you in the regional academy for?
I don't know exactly how long, but we went from July and then we graduated to I think we graduated in November 2019. So.
And what's your career been with the Boulder Police Department since then?
My career has been a patrol officer since then, responding to in-progress calls, any 911 calls. My current area right now is the mall district, so I cover Pearl Street Mall, and yeah.
So what does that involve for you on a daily basis down on the Pearl Street Mall?
It has. I mean, it's interesting, that's for sure. You never know what you're going to get every single day. We have a lot of people that come in town off of RTD and then cause a disturbance. So I'm constantly meeting new people that are causing issues. But you respond to anything in progress downtown. You meet with business owners, deal with shoplifters, assaults, just anything during the day is my shift right now. So.
And what time of day, what shift are you working currently?
Currently I'm watch 1, so I work from 6 a.m. till 4 p.m. and 10-hour shift.
And taking you back, to March 22nd of 2021, what shift or hours were you working back then?
I was working watch 1 as well. So from 6 a.m. to 4 p.m.
And were you on the mall unit then?
I was not.
So can you tell the jury what you were doing back then, please?
So I was Basically the same thing, just a different area. I was a patrol officer. I believe that day I was covering District 4, which is the southeast part of the city. So if you take 28th Street on a map straight down south of Arapahoe and then east of 28th was pretty much my area.
South of Arapahoe?
Yep.
Okay. So what would be in that area of Boulder?
So in that area, I would cover, let's see, what's the easiest thing that people would know? It would just be like south of BCH, Foothills, Eisenhower Drive, Thunderbird, all of that area down there.
And BCH being Boulder Community Hospital.
Correct.
Okay. So if that's the landmark, it'd be things south into those neighborhoods back there.
Correct. Yes. South all the way to the city limits of 36.
What was the day, what was March 22nd like leading up to 2:30 in the afternoon?
It was a normal day for me. I had training in the morning for TASER recertification, and then it was an average day.
What do you mean by recertification for TASER?
So every few months, we have to recertify on our TASERs. We go through a full-on class going through characteristics of the TASER and just getting a refresher on how to use it. And I was doing that morning.
And then after completing that training, what were you doing?
After that, I went and I hit the streets again, and I believe I took a call. Somebody was there was a walk-in report where somebody was turning over drugs that they found inside of an apartment. It was their roommates or something like that.
Can you explain to the jury what you mean by that?
So I was at the PD after training. I was about to hit the streets. I got assigned a call saying that somebody walked into the police department. And they wanted to relinquish some narcotics that were found inside of their apartment. And so I basically draw a case number. I'll take the drugs, test them real quick, and then put them into property and evidence for destruction. And that's usually end of story with that.
Okay. What do you mean by property and evidence?
So basically, any type of found property, any evidence for a case, each patrol officer will go and individually package the item and then put a tag on it. And then we turn it into, it's called property and evidence. Turn it over to the civilian workers there, and they make sure it's in a secure location for the case.
So for example, evidence collected after this shooting would end up in property and evidence, and the jury would hear a lot more about that tomorrow.
Correct.
Okay. The call that came over at 2:30 p.m., do you recall that call?
I do.
And what did it come over as?
So it came over as a shooting in progress.
Where were you specifically within the police department when you heard the radio call?
I was walking up to the second floor of the PD, about to have some lunch.
What's on the second floor of the police department?
It's pretty much our lunchroom. It's called the comfort zone, but it's essentially our lunchroom.
Okay. The call comes over. What do you remember hearing in the call?
So when a urgent call comes over, dispatch will activate some tone alerts that go on the radio. It gets everybody's attention. Audible tone that goes off on the radio. Everybody perks up and you listen to what's about to come out. They usually say units stand by for tones. Tones go off, and they dispatched a shooting in progress at the King Supers on Table Mesa.
So what'd you do?
I immediately turned around. I did not hear what units were assigned because I heard those words and I knew we needed the whole shift on something like this because at that time, minimum staffing was about eight officers.
So 8 officers on shift at that time?
That was back then. Our minimum staffing was 8. Minimum of 8 people were supposed to be covering the street.
And sometimes more.
Sometimes there's more. Sometimes there's less.
What led you to conclude that everybody would have to go?
Just the tone of the dispatcher on at the time. I knew it was going to be serious, and I don't want to be that guy that's eating lunch while everybody else is working. So yeah, I chose to turn around and take off with everybody. And
how'd you do that?
So I immediately jumped into my patrol vehicle, left the PD, lights, sirens, took Foothills Parkway, all the way to Table Mesa. There was a train of officers behind me as well. Got off at Table Mesa, proceeded west from there, and arrived at the store.
What was going through your mind on the way to the store?
With the information being aired, I remember the dispatcher saying, "Units, we have an active shooter." And I was just getting my mind ready for what was about to happen.
What, if anything, were you thinking about it being a King Super as a supermarket?
Can you rephrase that? I'm sorry.
Sure. In terms of the location or the target being a King Super as a supermarket, what was going through your mind, if anything?
Just like any supermarket in the US, I think. But this supermarket, it's a soft target. There's no security. There's no armed people. There's a lot of people during the daytime that utilize this. So there's going to be a lot of people. If you were to do bad things, it would be the target.
How fast were you driving there?
I don't remember. I was just hoping nobody was going to drive in front of me that day because it was not going to end well. So
sounds like you were driving fast.
I was driving extremely fast, but still with due regard, obviously. But
what'd you learn about the shooter on the way to the King Supers through dispatch?
I heard on the dispatch call that the shooter was possibly wearing ballistic armor, had a long gun, and at one point there was information that there could be multiple shooters as well inside of the store. So I was being fed all that information as I'm driving. So,
and as you're getting closer to King Supers, are you starting to hear radio communications from police officers who are arriving on scene?
I did. I heard Officer Geniak, Pam. She came over the radio as 204. She was calling out that she was on scene and that there were parties down in front of the store. This is what I heard.
So just two follow-up questions for you. You referenced Officer Gignac as 204. What does that mean?
That's her radio number. So everybody at the PD, if you're on patrol, gets assigned a radio number. So my number is 340. Her number that day was 204.
So if you're on the radio later today, for example, you wouldn't say this is Richard Sidell. You'd say this is 340.
This is 340, correct.
And did you recognize Pam Gignac's voice coming over the radio?
I did, yes.
What was the significance to you of her saying parties down?
I knew immediately it was real. This was not a training scenario that I've been through. This is going to be real. And I was just prepping my mind on what I was about to see pulling up.
You mentioned real. Have you had active shooter training as a member of the Boulder Police Department?
I have, yes.
Can you describe that for the jury?
So I received it in the police academy as well. We went to I don't know where it was in the metro area, but they actually have a school that was donated to multiple agencies that they utilize for active shooter training. And I just remember taking training at that school, going through the scenarios, what we need to do, whether that be single officer deployment or multiple officer deployment, where you have a contact team that will go in and stop the threat. Or if you're the first arriving unit and you hear stuff going on, which we call stimulus, you automatically deploy yourself and go in. So I've been through that in the academy. I recently we've switched to alert training, which similar setup, just different acronym for the training. So.
And the school you referenced, that's for law enforcement training for different scenarios and potential active shooter situations?
Correct. Yes. I believe it was a donated school to the metro agencies, and everybody's able to use it for that purpose. So.
And I want to circle back to something you just said. Even if you're a single officer, you go in. What do you mean by that?
So we're taught, we have single officer deployments where you'll call out on the radio if you're the first arriving scene and nobody else is near you immediately, and you have stimulus going on inside the building. Stimulus is yelling, screaming, active gunshots. If it sounds bad in there, you need to get it in there. And that's single unit or single officer deployment.
Even if you're by yourself.
Even if you're by yourself, we're trained to go in.
When you arrived at King Supers, where did you park your car?
So I parked right where all the other patrol cars were on the main driveway, right in front of the store.
And what'd you do?
I got out, drew my handgun, and ran up to the front of the building.
And did you have a rifle in the car?
I did not.
And what's the reason you drew your handgun, right away?
Because we had I had information at the time that there could be multiple shooters at the location. It is a big location, lots of windows, and I mean I was in a bad spot where I parked and got out, so I immediately drew my weapon and started to assess the building and go from there.
What do you mean by a bad spot?
Well, you typically don't want to park in front of the building you're responding to, which is, you learn that in training. And I mean, that day I took the bait and parked by everybody else and yeah, just went from there.
And what was the reason you parked right there, even though you know you're not supposed to park close to a building where there's possible threat?
I just wanted to get out of the car real quick, I think, and yeah, go to work. So.
And then you started running towards King Supers.
I did.
And what did you see on the way towards King Supers?
On the way up to the doors, so the ramp on the left side when you're looking at it, I saw a male that was face down in the middle of the street. And then I continued to run up to the ramp where it looked like there were other officers gathering. And then I saw a vehicle that was parked a little weird on the ramp as well as I ran up. And there was a female that was face down by that vehicle on the ramp.
And what did her condition appear to be?
I quickly glanced over because in training you're trained to run by these victims initially because you have to take care of the threat. So I had to run by these victims. I quickly glanced over, and because we have to stop the dying, so we have to get in there, challenge the threat at the time, and then treat the victims afterwards. But she was bloody. Yeah.
And from what you could tell, did it appear both the man you had just seen on the ground in the middle of the roadway, as well as the woman on the pedestrian ramp, were both dead?
Yes.
And what were the group of officers doing when you joined up with them?
So we all met at the top of the ramp. I don't know what happened before my arrival. So we gathered up at the front of the ramp. I was already amped up, ready to go. And it seemed like everybody just, we didn't have a plan going yet. So I just remember like motivating the crew, like, hey, it's an active shooter. We got to get in there. Let's get a team going, something along those lines. And that got everybody together. At that point, we got a contact team set up with myself. Officer Pler had a ballistic shield to my right, and Officer Cera as well in the stack. Officer DJ Smith had a trainee at the time. Officer Schmitz, I didn't know her name at that time because she was literally brand new. And we formed a team and walked in.
Do you recall telling the team when you arrived there that it's an active shooter? We have to get in there, push in?
Yes.
And what was the reason you said that?
I don't know. I was like I said, it seemed like we didn't have an initial plan going. There wasn't a supervisor on scene yet, so somebody had to step up and motivate people. And yeah, I just filled in. So.
And you mentioned you were amped up at the time.
Yes.
Fair to say, very high stress situation.
High stress, adrenaline, but controlled with my experience and, Coast Guard and all that. Helped out for sure.
And in your memory of it all, as you sit here today, how long do you think that conversation on the ramp took before the team moved towards the store?
In my memory, maybe a minute, 2 minutes.
So if the video, for example, showed it took between 2 to 3 seconds, that seemed faster.
That seems really fast, yeah.
So after you say active shooter, we have to push in, all of you started moving up the ramp together?
Correct.
Okay. And what happened then?
Well, we, as soon as we made the right turn, came up the ramp, made a right turn, immediately had eyes of the aisles in the store. I immediately noticed there was an officer down about, I'm not sure, about 20 feet away, 20 to 30 feet away inside the store. I had no idea who it was at that moment until somebody said it was Officer Talley. And then as soon as we walked in, we then began approaching because we had to get to Talley because it looked like he was in bad shape. There was a large pool of blood. Just the amount of blood that if somebody lost that amount of blood, it was just, they weren't going to survive anyway, even if you worked on them. But we knew we had to push in and at least grab him and pull him out. This way we can try. And that was our plan, was to do a quick officer rescue with the shields, me on the left. I just had my pistol. We had somebody on the right with a rifle just to push in, grab Officer Talley real quick, and then pull him out. And at that moment, we had no stimulus going on inside the store. So we were it felt like we were slowly walking or moving with the stack to get Officer Talley. We didn't hear other gunshots going on at the time.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
What could you hear?
Music in the store was going. But other than that, it was quiet. It was super quiet, which was weird to me because when we go through our active shooter trainings, they crank up the screaming music. They have people screaming. They have role players. There's people coming out with gunshot wounds or fake gunshot wounds on their arms, stuff that you can treat. They have all this extra stimulus for you to prep you with, going in there and dealing with it. This one was different where it was quiet.
What impact did that have on you, if any?
It definitely affected our tactics on entering the building and not knowing where the suspect was that was doing all of this. It definitely affected that because if we heard gunshots in the back of the store, we would push into the back of the store, go towards the sound of gunfire. And this was different. We had to hold and assess the scene and then go from there. And we still had information that there were multiple shooters in the store. So everybody's head was on a swivel when we were in that area.
What do you mean by head on a swivel?
So you're basically, just like a swivel chair. You're just constantly looking around for threats and yeah.
And what's the next thing that happened, Officer Sidell?
So as we approach Officer Talley to do an officer rescue, that's when a gunman emerged from the back of the store down my line of sight. Quickly emerged. Somebody yelled, "There he is." And then I just remember hearing gunshots. The glass behind me blew up. And then I saw the threat happen so fast down the aisle. I initially maybe fired 1 to 2 shots off, and then I immediately hit the ground or the floor into a prone position just to create a smaller target area for me, because I didn't have any areas where I can duck to for cover from bullet fire. So
you mentioned the suspect emerged at the far end of the aisle.
Correct.
Approximately how far was that to the best of your?
It looked to me at the time, it looked like a football field. It was so far away, but I think I initially estimated about 75 yards away down the aisle, but it was where I was standing. to the left of Pler with the shield, I had that full length of the aisle. And yeah.
How much time between the shooter emerging at the end of the aisle and him opening fire at you?
It felt instant. He popped out and immediately the gunshots went out.
And the gunshot you were hearing, was it coming from that direction?
Yes.
And you mentioned the glass was exploding. Can you tell us more about that, please?
So like any big grocery store, you have that little vestibule area with a bunch of glass that looks out to, the parking lot and whatnot. I just remember that glass. So you have the typical sliding glass doors that open up as you're walking in and out of a grocery store. Above that, there was extra glass. That stuff to me it sounded like it just blew up behind me and just dropped to the ground.
And you mentioned you fired 1 or 2 shots at that point in time.
Initially, yes. Yeah.
How were you positioned when you returned fire at that point?
So I immediately shot 1 to 2 rounds. I immediately dropped to the prone position, which is laying on my stomach, arms fully extended with my weapon and looking down the aisle, waiting for the threat to come back out.
What was the reason you realized you should wait for the threat to come back out, as you put it?
Because I had no idea if I hit the person. I couldn't see that far. And it gave the officers behind me and next to me, it gave them time to run and grab cover real quick because I knew exactly where he came from and I didn't want to leave that with my eyes. So I essentially covered down the aisle while everybody else took up better positions.
What were you considering at that point in time in terms of having a handgun and the equipment that you had with you?
Well, I wish I had a rifle that day, but I had what I was issued and what I was proficient in. And I had my handgun. I felt outgunned, that's for sure.
How so?
Well, handgun, you don't carry many rounds on you. They're also not meant to be a long-range weapon. And at that moment, I needed a long-range weapon.
What's the next thing that happened, Officer Sidell?
The next thing that happened was I was still in the prone position with my gun sights down the aisle, waiting for the threat to emerge or just waiting for additional stimulus. Again, still didn't hear anything. I waited, felt like forever. And that's when the gunman in the back of the store emerged again. And at that point, I shot maybe 5 to 10 rounds down the aisle.
When the gunman emerged back into the aisle again, what did you see?
I saw a person, white male with a beard. I described it as a plaid shirt at the time, wearing clothes, emerged with a long gun. And that's when I opened fire.
Where was he pointing the long gun at that point?
Towards us.
And you fired from where you were laying on the ground?
Correct.
Okay. And how many times did you believe you fired at that point?
I estimate about 5 to 10 rounds.
Did you think at that point that you'd hit him at all?
No.
Okay. What was the next thing that happened from your vantage point?
After that, the suspect in the back of the store disappeared again. I lost sight of him. There was a lull. It felt like forever sitting there waiting. I then gathered my thoughts and looked around and I was like, man, I'm in a bad spot right now. I should probably get up and find some cover now that everybody else has a position behind me set up. So I continued to look down the aisle with my gun drawn. I quickly got up, keeping my gun drawn, and I backed out of the store to where everybody else was at the entrance.
What was the reason you thought it was a bad spot where you were positioned at that point?
I lost eyes on where the suspect went. He could have easily ran down a different aisle and then ambushes me from the side. and I had no cover. I was laying on a grocery store floor with no cover. And yeah, I just knew I was in a bad spot, that I had to quickly find cover.
Did you later learn that one of your shots actually had hit the shooter?
I did.
And how and when did you learn that?
I learned that during my shoot team interview that night.
Okay. We'll come to that in a few minutes, okay?
Mhm.
At some point thereafter, did the SWAT team arrive and start swapping out or taking the place of you and the other officers who were there?
They did, yes.
How did that work?
So yeah, after that gunfight, we went back to the doors. At that point, I saw the armored police vehicle pull up, and they wanted access to the ramp that we were on. And that's when my role changed after that.
How so?
Well, we had a female that was face down on the ramp that had to be moved. So I, along with Officer Cera, grabbed her and brought her over to an area where she wasn't going to get run over by any police vehicle or armored vehicle. And then after that, I looked over this vehicle that was also on the ramp that was parked very weird to me. It's not where you normally park. It just looked out of place and just didn't give me I don't know, it was just unsettling to see. And with my past training and experience and, looking for terrorism stuff, I thought it was going to be the suspect's vehicle. So I walked up to the car. I checked it real quick for any weird bombs, wiring, anything that would be a device that would go off for responders. And I breezed over it real quick. I jumped in the front seat, peeled out, and just dumped it in the middle of the parking lot, left the car there. Yeah.
When you, just going back a step, when you initially checked on and then moved the woman, was it clear she was deceased?
Yes.
What did you do in terms of your handgun at that point, if anything?
So after I did all that, I also moved a male that was on the ground as well into the same location as the female. This way they were together and out of the road. After that, I found there was a lull. And at that point, you're trained. Once you're in a lull in a gunfight, you should do a tactical reload of your weapon.
And just moving back for a moment, I'm sorry. When you were moving the gentleman who was down in the parking lot, was it clear to you that he was dead as well?
Yes.
Okay. And where'd you move him at that point?
I moved him. So you have the front of the store, you have the main road in front of the store, and then there's like the first couple of rows of parking. It was like right in that landscape area, I guess. That's where we put both of them, just out of the way. This way we can get the armored vehicle in there to start saving people and confronting the shooter.
And then fast forwarding a bit here, did there come a time where you and Officer Schmitz went to look for a bus?
We did, yes.
Can you tell the jury about that, please?
So after I did all that, I they were able to start getting people out of the store, survivors that were hiding inside the store. But we still had no idea where the shooter was inside the store. So basically a team at the front of the store was people running up to them, and they were running out of the store and they had no idea where to go. So myself and Officer Schmitz grabbed these people who were hiding in the store, and we were just shuttling them back to the command post, the witness area, I guess. I did that a couple of times, and then I think my last time I did that, Sergeant Cooper at the time grabbed me. He's like, "Hey, I need you to grab the first RTD bus that you see. Just grab somebody's car and find us a bus so we can put all of these witnesses and victims in it." So I grabbed Officer Schmitz, and I found the nearest patrol car that was right by us, just jumped in it, raced up South Broadway, lights and sirens, and tried to look for the first bus we encountered, which was ended up being on the hill somewhere on Broadway. Pulled up in front of it. I jumped out. Just I don't even know what I looked like, but I jumped out, jumped on the bus, told the bus driver, I was like, hey, we need this bus. We had an incident down south and I need this bus for victims. Do you have anybody on this bus right now? And they were like, maybe one or two people. I was like, I immediately commandeered the bus. I was like, sorry, but I need the bus. You need to get off. And they were understanding at that point. I think I was wearing a ballistic helmet when I jumped on the bus. So
the ballistic helmet, was that something you'd put on after you'd gotten?
I did. I believe I did that when I did the tactical reload. I immediately knew. I was like, okay, I need to put a helmet on. I need to put some personal protective gear on because, yeah. But initially I did not run in with a helmet or anything. It was just my normal uniform. And then we commandeered the bus, escorted it down Broadway, brought it to the command post, and went from there.
Okay. I'm going to move you ahead a little bit here, if I can. At some point then, did you go back to the Boulder Police Department?
I did, yes.
Okay. And that was later in the evening?
That was, yes.
You mentioned you were interviewed by the shoot team.
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what you meant by that, please?
So whenever there is a officer-involved shooting in Boulder County, there are on-call detectives from each agency that are essentially on call for a manner of an officer-involved shooting. So if you have an officer-involved shooting occur in, say, Longmont, you're going to have detectives respond from Boulder, Lafayette, or other county agencies. This way, it could be its own independent investigation, and it's not the actual agency involved in the shooting that's doing the investigation of the officer.
So staying with your Longmont example or reference, if tonight, or let's say last week, there was a shooting on Main Street in Longmont, gunman shoots a few people on Main Street, officer ends up in a gunfight with the shooter and fires his or her weapon, would the team be activated to investigate that?
Yes, and it would be from probably the city of Boulder, Lafayette, sheriff's office.
Agencies other than the Longmont Police Department?
Correct.
What's the reason that that's the protocol in Boulder County?
Just so that the investigation is independent and fair and yeah, and it's transparent.
And was that type of investigation conducted into you discharging your firearm at King Soopers?
Yes, it was.
And as part of that, what did they do in addition to interviewing you?
They collected my uniform. They collected my weapon, any ammunition that I had on me. Took photos as well.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as people's 59 through 62 for identification. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
What do you recognize those to be?
This is my duty firearm.
And what's in the other photographs?
Those are my magazines that I had that day.
And do those photos, 59 through 62, fairly and accurately depict the handgun that you had and the magazine and rounds that you had with you on March 22nd?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, move people's 59 through 62 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
I'm just going to, with the court's permission, publish these for the jury.
Yes, sir.
And now on the screen in front of you, but also the screen behind you, Officer Sidell, what do we see here?
That is my duty gun.
And in Exhibit 60?
That's my magazine for the gun.
And how many rounds do you see depicted in Exhibit 60?
Let's see, 3, 4, 6, 7.
How many rounds did your magazine on that day hold? Or how many were loaded?
At that time, I had a 15-round magazine.
So doing the math here, how many shots does that indicate that you fired?
I'm terrible at math.
Okay. But let's also hit in the afternoon break. So everybody might be a little slower,
Yeah,
but So if you have 15 in the magazine and there's 7 left, does it sound right that you may have fired 8 times?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And we'll go to 61. Is this a magazine that was full?
Yes.
And that would be holding how many rounds? And I'll go to 62 for you if it's easier.
That'd be 15 rounds.
So as part of this team investigation, you were interviewed, your weapon was taken, rounds counted, and a host of other things done, as would be done in any shooting in Boulder County when an officer fires his or her weapon.
Correct.
Okay. And Investigator Cantu is going to testify about that a little bit more today. But I just want to finish by asking you this. How long did you end up spending at King Soopers that day, would you say?
How long did I end up staying there? It didn't feel like very long because, once I was back at the command post, I completely lost it and somebody had to scoop me up and bring me back to the PD.
What do you mean?
Emotionally, once everything died down, I immediately went back to the command post where everybody regrouped, and I think Officer Pleaded was by me, and I just gave him a big hug and broke down. And at that point, the command post was like, "Oh, we don't need this right now. Like, I'm still trying to do a job right now." But there was a special chaplain in my heart that scooped me up that day and brought me back to the PD.
Okay. Officer Sidell, thank you for being here, Your Honor. I don't have anything further for this witness.
I don't have any questions for officers today.
All right, thank you. You are excused and you're released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
All right, we're now going to recess. I remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone by any means. This includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, let me know about it immediately. You must not read or listen to any news reports of the trial. You must not consult any outside reference. Don't search the internet regarding anybody or anything associated with the trial. And finally, remember, it is especially important that you do not form or express an opinion until the case is submitted to you. Thank you for listening to this every time I do it. We'll have you taken out. What's that? Oh, 15 minutes. I'll have you back at 3:30. So a little over 15 minutes.